that was a pretty slick.
The nefarious top. Now it's live to open! Woo! Let's go! Took me 5 million years, but we're here today! Yes, sir! We live and ready, finally. I know, fuck you. It took me 5 years to get things done, cause I got so many IRL shit to do. Dumb, but we are here. We are here. We're here. We're here. We're here. Hey, 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 hey. Fucking around like pokey bag. Get some snacks. Need to get some translation on the double. How's everybody doing today? Salutations, motherfuckers. As always, y'all doing good stuff. Y'all doing God's blessing by. How you doing there, original PD? Did you hear about the Honkai Rail? Yeah, you see the title? I'm about to translate that today, my dude. I hope you're ready. Well, how's that Angel doing? What up, Chupa? We're doing pretty good so far. Like I said, we're going to be translating things really nicely. It's going to be full translation plus TLDRs just because. Simultaneously, fun fact, there is an illustration contest. So if you guys are ever interested in the illustration action, do it. Do it. Do it. When is the JP live stream again, Trubs? It's gonna be tomorrow. It'll be like 28 hours from now. 35, excuse me. It's 35 hours from now. But I'll probably be streaming... What the hell is this shit, dude? It's crazy. Oh, yeah, okay. So here's the deal, okay? I am going to live stream the anime red stage, right? I'm gonna do the red stage anime starting from God knows when. It's called Anime Japan 2024. Tomorrow I'll be live streaming. Technically it starts today. Unfortunately, I will not be able to witness it, right? Like visually. Man, what the fuck? Why is it not in Japanese, brother? There we go. Yeah, like for instance, the first one's gonna be like Suicide Squad. It'll be in 5 hours today, right? In about 5 hours, there's going to be the red stage, green stage, yada yada yada. If you like Mushoku Tensei, if you like Iris, the movie Full Energy, Apothecary, pre-final episode, special saves by Demon Slayer, Ojama Jodoremi 25, Forgotten Battery, Ao no Blue Box, and Euphoria 3 Symphony with a demon, someone like me, a demon lord, bought Yeah, Maid and Slave Elf, my wife, but how do I love her special stage? Trump series, which is Daily Cause Nursery, Seven Deadly Sins continuation, new Prince of Tennis, World Cup semifinal special stage, Love Live, Summertime Friend Diary, Yuru Camp Season 3. There is the Super Operation Yosaku-san. Spice and Wolf. Merchant Meets a Wise Wolf. Netflix special stage. Anohana Kokosake XYZ. Raido Commends. Ride Commons, excuse me. It's a new Kamen Rider anime. Pocket Monster, Vampire Mail Dorm, and ATX new service. That's gonna be on the 23rd. I will be live streaming starting from 6 p.m. tomorrow. Tomorrow at 6 p.m. I'm going to be JP live streaming the entire red stage of Anime Japan because it has ReZero, Kaiju 8, Black Butler, Irregular High School, FGO, and My Hero Academia. We probably will skip My Hero Academia into something else, but you know what I'm talking about. Is it translation action? It sure is, friend. I hope you guys are doing swell. Oh, is my shit not working? Oh, fuck. My shit ain't working, brother. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck is this shit? What the fuck? There we go. You fixed it, no problem. Today's going to be a translation for the article. There will not be a translation for the story. At least not yet. I do apologize in advance. I do not have the strength. I have work today, so it's going to be brief, right? But other than that, how is everybody? Yo, bad news. My JP fucking Morgan became Bond 12, so now I have to Bond 13 her and above. It's low-key depression. I'm proud and depressed at the same time. But All Might, though, while I do agree with you, listen, I can binge watch this shit. Alright, you guys can have your My Hero shenanigans. I'm not saying My Hero is bad. It's just that, I know it's already a banger, but I rather watch other animes than watching the same shit over and over again. Ugh. There we go. I was like, what the hell? As always, chat, make sure you guys are doing the lotto. And by the way, I did change my support list. I sincerely apologize. I totally fucked up and put MLB Osaka Hime on yo asses. my bad. All right, my bad. I totally forgot and did not realize that location when I MLB'd went to fucking Osaka Hime. So I'm glad somebody let me know. I have changed it to Castoria and Oberon. My B. Was it Oki Gaming? I mean, she could have made it work, but it's all good. Managed to get 3 Murray Altars yesterday and copies of the Assassin. Nice. Congratulations. Congratulations. It's Tribe Stream. Indeed, Sophia. Welcome back, C's. I hope you're doing swell. And how are you? 5 million years. I hope things went okay. I saw you were busting out some cool things and commissions. I did a 10-10-10 thing? What are you talking about, Dan? 10-10-10 thing. What is this 10-10-10 thing? Dean! Dainty. Yeah, Dean T. attorneys with the Submarino Cappuccino coming in back for 31 months. Big preach. God bless. Can we get some salutes in the chat? Bust out them salutes. Thank you once again. Once a sparrow, always a sparrow. You already know that. Welcome back, comrade. Glad that you're sick and tired of these ads, and I do sincerely agree. The ads are a bitch. It's also weird to do a parallel when season starts in a few days. Keck W. What are you talking about, Dan? Most of these, right? Most of these are to hype up the like final episodes of the week, or like for instance, ReZero. You're gonna learn the anime date, right? You're gonna learn the anime date of when ReZero's coming out. Like Kaiju 8, since we already know when Kaiju 8's coming out, they'll probably give you guys like a special trailer or like a XYZ and whatnot. Kaiju 8 looks pretty pog though. I am hoping good things for Kaiju 8 for sure. Hoping. Hello there, SC. What's good? Hello. I tended him Morgan in Summer Comma. Ooh, look at you. Fucking big dick player up in here. And by the way, guys, I think you got about less than 20 hours before you've got the caster notes. Make sure you guys farm to your heart's content. I ain't gonna fucking lie to you. Low-key, I am struggling. I don't even know if I can get to a couple hundred boxes. I don't even know if I can go to 100 boxes this rotation. It's kind of bad. I'm just that busy. I'm working practically 12 hours a week. 12 hours a week. I'm trying to live stream for you guys, so my off days are fucking fucked up. And during my off days, I gotta do lawyer shit, so it's been busy days, friend. It's been busy days. So I might have to do some things. I'm farming the 90 node with Kigil, Oberon, Koyan, Dark Comp. Oh, nice. That's actually good. I might actually have to do a 90 comp just for the sake of loopage, right? So like I can just go brrr, right? Just for that pure sake of just rotation capability, like brain dead rotation capability, so I can farm some to an extent. I don't really need too much of this mat, to be perfectly honest with you. So I'm not gonna struggle too much even if I don't do this. I'm farming 90 node with a Kid Guild, Baron, Koyan, Dark comp. Is that this comp, or are you doing yeah, are you doing it in this comp, or are you doing it in the next comp? My Hero Academia, I think, starts first week of April. That's why it sounds weird. My Hero always does, like... You also understand, Dan, that, like, anything Anime Japan, right? Anime Japan is like E3 for anime in Japan, right? So it's My Hero Academia, Season 7, plus Ultra Stage, which will probably talk about the movie more. So I genuinely think it's, hey, the anime is starting simultaneously. Here's a fucking trailer or like more information about the new movie that's about to come up. That's probably it. I see some Probes action. Oh my, what up, Claire? How you feeling? You feeling better? You drinking that water? Yeah, it took me 5 million years to get ready. I found the article, but then I had to talk to the lawyers. You know, all that garbage. I'm using Habanyan Kintoki in support of Castoria. How is Kintoki working? I can't kill the fucking Sphinx with regular Kintoki. It's barely working with Nemo MP1. The reason why I do MP1 Nemo is because his third skill and first skill scales really nicely. With Habanyan. 90 to 1, if I go back to 90 plus, I'll be using Morgan, Tygon, Oberon with the Halloween Mystica. Oh, okay. I one-shot the Sphinx with a Rider Kintoki. What is your Kintoki? Is he, like, buffed? Or is he just a regular 80, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10 max MLB? I'm assuming you have like more than 2 MLB CEs. That's why you're allowed to do this shit. Because I legitimately barely have any CE. I just finished 1 MLB. 0 MLB, no regular. Do you have to card, Ashreal? No fun. I need damage CE to 3 to 4 turn. I mean, don't be ashamed, right? If you can 3 to 4 turn faster than I can, you're doing a pretty good job. And consider my like speed style pretty slow, right? Like my style, even though it's plugless, it's one of the slower ones for sure. Just because I have a slower input circumstances, because I'm fucking, you know, touching, looking at it every time I do my thing. I'm working on my last MLB. Once I get 2 more CE drops, I'll be at plus 12. Damn, plus 12. I wish I was plus 12, brother. I'm pretty sure if I just brain dead farm all day, I'd probably make it, but... Sometimes a heart of the cards mess up and goes to 6 turns. Damn, that sucks. So you need 3 to 4 turn with RNG carding? That sucks. I mean, how many boxes are you willing to do? That's the next big question, to be honest with you. It really just depends on the person's box count. Well, I would love to do more than 100. I just don't have the spare time to just keep farming this shit right now. I might have to low-key do some next level shit. I would be at max 2 if I wasn't working myself. Same. 12-hour work is a bitch, I tell you. I know that pain. But yeah, just letting you guys know, in about 5 hours, you're going to get Anime E3. Where's Ken? Nice. Well, good luck, Faye. I believe in you. See, you dropped. Damn, you almost baited me. My goal is just spend all my apples they have been catching dust for a long time. I mean, don't you worry. You're going to be catching blue dust soon, brother. You're gonna be getting the blue flu. At least I will be. I'll probably half blue apple, half yeah, probably half blue apple, half serious until an event comes. Just because it's efficient that way, that way. I worked night shift, so I did some serious farming during my 3 days of gauntlet at work. Damn! Hey, me too, man. I wish I had the ball sacks of steel that, you know, I too am a night crew person as well, but I ain't got the balls of steel anymore. I'll watch all Rie's panel. Hey, man, let me know other panels that Rie's in, okay? Big preach. Because you know she's going to be fucking jumping around everywhere and her mom because she is in so much fucking anime. It's crazy. She's so busy. A CD drop kind of exists like shiny Pokemon's an older version. You say that, Dan, but it's actually a lot more often than you think. Well, I don't know. Maybe you might be onto something. You better watch out. Lisango might be hacking into the system. She needs funds for Shotas and FGO. You're not wrong. And in about, I think, 8 plus months, we're probably gonna get another Shota. So she needs to stock up. She posted in her tweet that all the panels she's gonna do her very best to appear. I mean, she gonna try. She definitely gonna try. You know what I'm saying? She definitely gonna try. Got 2 ANEs and we're going Violet Hardcore Nuzlocke. Damn. Congratulations. I will never be able to do like Pokemon Nuzlocke because I like sacrifice my Pokemon too often, too fast, too much. You feel me? So what's going on with all these shenanigans? Like, I think Kotaku's shutting down. It seems like a lot of crap other else is shutting down. How does things work, do be? Trying to find a... Blue Exorcist anime season confirmed that according to the rival Japan source, the Illuminati arc is gonna have a continuation. Good. The Illuminati arc was lit. I can't find it. If you got... No, I don't want to say that. Never mind. Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth. I probably can't find it. Fuck it. We'll ignore it. Hello there, Mr. Bob. Salutations. Sacrifice to the gotcha gods? Nah, not today. We ain't doing no fucking gotchas. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm trying to lay off the gotcha syndrome right now just because I want to save gotchas for, like, you know, pick up 2 and, prototype collab that's coming soon. Sacrifice my Pokemon for the gotcha god. Is Kotaku dead? No. They did some shady shit. I can't remember exactly what they did, but they did some next level shit that pissed people off. I think somebody resigned because, like, he had, like, unreasonable standards. See, Bob already says it right there. It says, Editor-in-Chief resigned because they got orders from Bud to focus on game and game guides instead of general news. Literally said, hey, provide shit guides and shit news. Get them clicks, boy. At least Kotaku has been cleansed 1%. Feels good, man. What up, Kitsune? I'm the Lotto Saboteur. I wish I am analog. I'm not gonna lie to you. I have been most slacking farmer to this day. I think this Lotto on NA is the most time I've slacked due to no time, no strength, no effort. I just, you know, it's just really tiring. Officially, he resigned. Thank God he got fired. Smiley face. Prototype copy would be sick. Well, listen, okay. Let me give you a riddle. Okay, let me give you a riddle. In anime Japan, okay, in anime Japan, whenever FGO has been live streaming, in anime Japan, that is the place where they always bust out their collabs. That is their official notification of a collab, aka collab event that usually happens once a year, okay? Usually, there's been a couple of exceptions, but usually in anime Japan, they do tell us what what other products we're gonna be collaborating with. The fact that Ordeal Call 2 is now, and before we hit to Ordeal Call 3, they have decided to not talk about prototype. It's most likely that it's going to be a prototype collab, if not a BB collab. I don't know exactly which one, just because I haven't played Ordeal Call 2 to know the future right now. And no spoilers on the Ordeal Call 2, you're gonna get fucking permaban. I got gifted sub? Yeah, that's right. Some random person was generous enough to give a random person, which is you, Ray-Ban, a random sub and just kind of tuxedo masked out of his existence. I do appreciate him doing that, though. My man showed up, said hi, busted out a free gifted sub, and just peaced out. What a kind Samaritan. What about Mahoyo collab? Now that's copium. But speaking of Mahoyo collab, we can segment into the article that finally came out that I'm going to be translating in a minute. I just kind of want to do my quick farming here. Once I finish this Apple AP, I'll start reading the Kotaku article. April and May do be the usual month to collab, yes, or... Is it going to be a Strange Fate collab? While that could definitely be a possibility, until we know the Fate Strange Fakes anime, right? Until we know the Fate Strange Fakes anime due date, I legitimately can't say that's going to happen anytime soon. Ordeal Call 2, Ordeal Call 3 looks like Liz looking server. It could be JP Liz, right? Who knows? Could be something else that I'm not going to talk about just yet, because Ordeal Call 2 needs to finish. Did you finish Dante's Tower on JP yet? I sure didn't. Listen, this is the first day. Like, you see how long I've been streaming right now? This is the first time I've opened up my phone to play FGO. All day. So, yeah. I'm going to tell you no. I have not done the Dante's Tower. I probably will after, while I'm eating dinner, to go to bed real quick. I'm not doing Ordeal Call 2 because there's still an event going on. Fuck that shit. I mean, that's understandable. Does the Fate Samurai Remnant not count as a collab? Chupa, what I'm trying to say is that there might be 2 collabs this year. I am still counting Fate Samurai Remnant as a collab for sure. But I'm just saying that I think this year they're trying to sneak another collab in. As a possibility. I could 100% be wrong, okay? I'm just giving you a hypothetical possibility. Because it's kind of sus for FGO to have a live stream on Anime Japan 2004 when Ordeal Call 2 got announced at April 20th, okay? Kind of sus. Right? You would think you get ordeal call, right? You would think that you get ordeal call at March 24th instead of March 20th. Right? But they're cooking. So if they're cooking, there are several opportunities of possibilities, right? One is that we're getting another collab. Two is that we're getting an FGO anime. Three is that they're going to finally announce Fate Strange Fake. Four is that they just wanted the slot to flex on every one of you guys. Just because. I gotcha. I remember you saying something like I was going to finish it yesterday. Listen, do you know what I did yesterday? I passed the fuck out on the floor. I fucking passed out on the fucking floor and didn't stream because I was just like, hey, yo, let me take a quick fucking stretch on the floor. And fucking 6 hours later, I went to bed. I was in the bed. And I was like, oh shit, I got work today. Because technically I shouldn't have had work today. Today was technically my day off. But I'm working today and tomorrow, or today and tonight. So I can be off on Saturday, Sunday, so I can cover the live stream for you guys. Maybe they'll bust out a Pachinko. Dude, if they bust out FGO Pachinko, it's Keck W. It's GG for FGO. I'm ready, but it is what it is. I did it on NA and skip story on JP anyways. It's true. I think skipping story is very important, Bob. So make sure you fucking have a skip button and a mute button on standby just to make sure you don't get butt hurt. Outcry 5 gets a swimsuit, pull me back into JP grind. I mean, it could happen this year summer, right? Ordeal call, it requires Ordeal Call 1, so kind of let you know that they ain't messing around no more. But yeah, if you guys can do me a favor and click all these awesome, wonderful links that the Twitter has gargled out for some odd fucking reason. It does support the stream. It really does. And because of you guys, I am able to, live stream like this and get, some profits. Barely, but, that's not the point. It is enough for me to be like, ooh, I can make new emotes soon. Which, by the way, new emote coming soon. TM. It's going to be a Ronnie Servant Keck W. After all, she's an exhibitionist. I mean, it could. Low-key, yeah. I mean, what also could happen is that they can put a CCC event on top of Ronnie. So you'll have, like, extra plus Ordeal Call 1 shenanigans, which kind of makes sense to an extent. But at the same time, anything can be a possibility. We did go to people's subconsciousness and whatnot, so. We're going to get panty-free summer. I think they will make her wear panties, if not wear a flaming panties like Kama does, right, in her Final Ascension adult form. She's wearing the fucking thunder flaming panties. The panty of flames. Engulfed in its shadow. The flames of the panty. Anywho. Is it? Okay. We're going to be starting to talk about the interview. Yippee! Is there like a better page for this shit? I feel a bit fucking cramped. There's like ads in my fucking face. I really want to whatchamacallit. I wonder if I can get Famitsu. Come on, bro. Famitsu, please. Final Fantasy, blah blah blah, blah blah blah, Steins Gate, Tokyo Ghoul. I guess not. Damn. I thought I could get the article here, because if I can get the article here, it'd be really nice. Also, Nikkei's collabing with ReZero, so don't forget spaghetti. I guess I won't be able to. I won't be able to see it. Unlucky. I thought I could get it from Famitsu so I can actually fucking read what the hell's going on. So I don't have to, like, you know, read ads. But it seems I have no choice. Rise of the Ronin looks like they fucking just straight up copied Fate Samurai Remnant engine and just slapped a fucking whatchamacallit model. Yo, what the fuck? They are using the exact copy of bruh. That's funny. I'm pretty sure they finished Ronin and then they just fucking like cut corners to make Fate Samurai Remnant. Just because Samurai Remnant has a smaller UI system than Ronin. But it's okay. I'm excited. You hate ReZero? It's okay, dude. You're just gonna miss out one of the best fucking seasons. The problematic about this season is that they're trying to do Arc 5 and Arc 6 together, and fitting Arc 5 and fitting Arc 6 together is like putting two large metal rods in one hole. It just doesn't work. It's gonna hurt. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna hurt. So I'm hoping that they do I hope they do season 5 and a little bit of season 6. Not season 5. I hope they do a Arc 5 into Arc 6 and then continue it to Arc 6 unless they're doing 50 episodes. If they're doing 50 episodes, which is a hoax, which is very copium, it's unfortunate. Pantsu free time? Nika doing his best to retain their revenue. I mean, they don't need to retain their revenue. It's just slap a booty fucking character every so often. You're good. Babylon, thank you so much for the raid. Greatly appreciate you. How are you? Welcome back. I see. Thanks for the love, my friend. I'm assuming you were playing FGO. How's Lotto? How's things? You're just in time. We are about to read upon and translate this stuff real quick, so if you don't mind, my name is Tolovetrouble. Salutations to all of you. We're going to be translating, if you don't know, FGO translators and translating JP News in order for you to not only understand and better get a context and easy to remember things when it comes to FGO and underlining stories and lores and whatnot. It'll probably be amazing. Season 2 is a fucking 10 out of 10. I enjoyed Season 2. A lot of people didn't like Season 2 as much because it wasn't as banger. It wasn't as banger as Season 1 Part 2 because, you know, they traveled a lot of places. They introduced a lot of circumstances. And it was kind of a back and forth of the same place. But now, when Season 3 is going to come out, there's not going to be a lot. There's going to be new characters, right? But there's not going to be a lot of new characters because they're going to probably talk about the other candidates while the fucking... yeah, they're probably going to be talking about the other candidates while Season 2 was happening. Because while Emilia and fucking Subaru were struggling, they too had their own fucking plot points that was moving the world, which was very important. Hello, you know, welcome back. What could go wrong? Hey, it is what it is. Emilia's ass barely any jiggle physics in her costume. Yeah, that's what I heard. I heard that the 5-star Emilia just, her butt just doesn't jiggle. But I mean, you also gotta understand, you're probably getting it for Ram and Rem. Let's be honest, right? Emilia didn't have the ass cheeks that Felix Emilia doesn't have the Felix ass cheeks that she wanted, right? It is what it is. I have to watch season 2 now. Aware. How about this? I want to rewatch a couple of animes. So on God knows when, I'll probably find a date and make it consistent for about 6 weeks, right? So on that week, we'll watch 2 animes. Actually, we'll watch 4 anime, 2 different animes, 2 episodes each week. So we can, that'll be like, what, 2 hours? Yeah, so that'll be like 2 hours. So we can get our asses caught up. Is Felix a Nikkei? No, Felix is not a Nikkei, because remember, Nikkei is only girls. They have secluded femboys, which would be pretty funny if they added Felix. I'm pretty sure a lot of fanboy / Felix lovers would definitely drop heavy fucking load of money. Damn, I'd play Nikkei if he added Felix. Yeah, I know. I understand. It would have been pretty funny. Give Astolfo a gun too. Yeah, pretty much. If Astolfo and them also gets into it. By the way, Chainsaw Man didn't even have Denji. It was pretty fucking hilarious. Well, yeah. Remember, Nikkei is it's sexist. It's kind of sexist. It's just all girls, guys. All girls. No dudes. No penis. It's all dudes. It's all dudes on the other side as commanders, right? As like DILFs. And all the Nikkeis are the ass physics and jiggle physics of the century. Which I heard, like I said, Emilia doesn't have any. Which is kind of like, you're not leaning to your meme, right? But anywho, enough of that. Technically, Denji wasn't destroyed, but they just said, sorry, we don't have guns left. That's funny. Alright, let me start translating, but in order for me to translate, I always need some snacks. So what kind of snacks do you guys want? What kind of snacks are you guys eating right now? Tell me all about it.
Hey, have you drank water today? No? Do it. Do it now.
I will send you to Jesus.
It just works.
Hello there.
Nice meme, nice meme. You got about 5 minutes to spam whatever you fucking want before I turn it off. Yeah, it also makes me figure out which alert is like super fucking loud. The bussy balls, Jesus. Gives whole new meaning. Gives whole new meaning in the jiggle physics in season 2 of Nikkei. Munching on some pepperoni pizza, nice. There isn't a link that's actual article without ads. Yeah, it sucks. It's on purpose. It is what it is. I'll get it. I mean, it's finals. It's the finals, so it's not that bad. As you know, most of the man died. Listen, Char. That's a little loud. Ayaya is a little loud in my ear. So what you're saying, right? What you're saying. That in technicality, we can find a lost relic of a man. So that means our first man's gonna be a 5-star. If we find him, ever. Where the hell is Ayaya? Ayaya. 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 Yes, Ayaya is 1,000 for a reason, guys. Once it sticks to my head, it won't come out. You're not stuck. You're not here stuck with me? No, I'm not here stuck with you. You're here stuck with me. That's it. Alright, turning off the alert. Bye-bye. Now, let us start the translation. I am eating Captain Crunch, Christmas flavored special. I totally forgot I had some, so I gotta munch it. So it's a special interview with the maker of Fate, NASU Kinoko, and the creator of Honkai Star Rail, David Zhang. It says, how do I face against a circumstances of what I don't know what I want to draw or write about? How to manifest greed and dream. Or I should say desire instead of greed, because it's yokubo, it means pleasure desire. So it's yeah, it's pleasure. It's pleasure it's wanting desire, so therefore it's desire. It's desire. It's not greed. It's dream and desire. So the topic says, Fate. I love Fate series and Tight Moon content. The person who started out the article was Mr. David Zhang. I don't know if the G is H, so if it's H, let me know. Until it is, I'm gonna say Zhang. Yeah, the Honkai Star Rail producer, David Zhang, specifically says love Fate series and Type Moon content. During Mr. David, from here on out is going to be called David. Mr. David's, quote-unquote, his youth, he enjoyed playing Fate Stay Night and other Type Moon products and other, things, and became influenced by them to wanting to become a creator. And then I believe the green text is, I think it's the person that drew the article. So that wrote the article. It says, that's for certain. If you were to interact with any Type Moon stuff during your youthful days, something crazy is gonna bound to happen. And then like this, Mr. David and Fate Series and Type Moon, father of all the Type Moon products, NASU Kinoko, the fact that interview in question became reality. Yes. As a fan of both titles, my first reaction was, oh my goodness, is that for certain? And I was quite shocked and baffled and I could not help my emotions. It was a special interview that crossed an entire boundaries of continents. Country, right? Country/continent. And then on top of that, NASU has played Genshin and Honkai Star Rail and other Hoyoverse titles. Mr. David speaks, what? You've played Honkai Star Rail? For real? Mr. NASU, how long have you been playing those type of games? And then from there on, NASU's perspective of talking about Hoyoverse titles, and it's going to be awesome. We're not done. Yeah, we haven't started the interview yet. This is just a TLDR. We're also going to be talking about the influence that Mr. David has taken from the Type Moon products, right? The Type Moon stories, you know, light novels, visual novels, anything that's related to Type Moon. Story making, character designs, and techniques on both Honkai Star Rail and Type Moon. And talking about how to make shape and things to realize as a creator of what you want to draw or write, aka the dream interview. So I sincerely hope you listen and enjoy it all the way to the end. In my opinion, as a Kaitaksha, which is the players. I sincerely believe that the Type Moon fans and the players of the Honkai Star Rail, it's funny because, yeah, they specifically say Master, meaning that it's leaning towards Fate Stay and FGO. It says, yeah, Type Moon fans, Masters, and Honkai Star Rail's, not excavators, fuck, what are they called that? Chat, innovators? Pioneers, excuse me. Trailblazers, I suppose. I hope everybody enjoys this little interview. It was a wonderful interview, and I'm glad that I'm able to write about it. Simultaneously, if you're both fan, if you're both fan of the series, there will be an interview and conversation. Will the dream come true? Please enjoy till the very end. So that was just kind of a TLDR. Index note. This is index note. This is not the first time Type Moon and Hoyoverse has met. Kinoko talks about Honkai Star Rail and it's fun. How to face against something you really want to write but you don't get. Discussion about story making and their comparisons and similarities. What does it mean to make the game work? Asking both of them their live feeling, the live gameplay feeling, and how does that happen, and how do you make a live service play that everybody can enjoy? It says the otaku culture, does that exist in both realms? The creative offsprings and the fountains and origin stories, talking about dreams and desires and how to shape those into reality. Alright, so chapter 1. This is not the first time. This is, by the way, this is not the first time that Type Moon and Hoyoverse has met. So from here, it's going to be interview style. Thank you guys so much for coming. Wait, there's this is gonna be the beginning question of them all. Mr. David, why have you asked for an interview with Mr. Kinoko here? What was your thought process? It says David, right? David specifically says, personally, in my opinion, Mr. Nasu's product and his creation, I have been educated and grew up with it as a very young age. To be perfectly honest, when it comes to game creation, I have taken many inspirations from Mr. Nasu's products. It is very amazing. In actuality, we've already met once before. However, I really wanted to deepen this relationship and was able to talk more. And that is the current reason why I wanted to have this interview setting, this time as an interview setting as best as we can. So thank you very much for having me today. And before we start, I have one news for Mr. Nasu to know. It's that it's that Mr. Nasu and I has the same birthday. Oh shit. Damn, David's trying to actually like slide into Mr. Nasu's DM. We got the birthday senpai. Same birthday senpai? That's actually pretty cool. So Nasu replies, "Oh damn, you're not kidding. How yeah. Things like that do happen, huh?" And then David replies with, when I was in high school, I wanted to look at the game developers' profiles, and while I was searching, I saw your birthday. I saw your birthday, Mr. Kinoko, and when I realized it was the same birthday as I was. Haha, right? Whenever you see this parentheses laugh, it's, lol. Think of it as a lol, or a KW, or a LOL. Mr. Kinoko asks, I see. It says you probably have isekai'd from some other world, I bet. It says because of this, I feel more familiar to you more than ever. 余計に親しい感を引きます. Yeah, it says, yeah, I feel like I feel like we know each other a lot more, like closer, right? And feel like we're getting closer with each other, aka, be friendly and whatnot. It says, thank you so much for having me for this interview. You quickly mention that Mr. David and Nasu has already conversated before. Is this true, and how did it happen? Okay, so David asks, by the way, the former company's CEO, Mr. Dawe, right? Mr. Dawe, which, by the way, was the MiHoYo, now Hoyoverse, right? Together, we conversated and talked to Mr. Type Moon for any questions and discussions that we needed help on. When that happened, we talked about the products and the possibilities, and they gave us insight and gave us how to get things rolling as an industry to an extent. And we had a very deep conversation about it. And then Mr. Masu goes, "That's right." It says, I did have the pleasure to talk to Mr. The Hoyoverse people, and I was very enough to have that opportunity. It says, I met Mr. David during that time, and that time our vibes kind of matched together. AKA, they were passionate for these projects together. It says, I had a decent understanding that the Hoyoverse games are made for people to enjoy, and a lot of people gather around, and their passion is moving the company very well. However, my prediction was way off the mark, because when the conversation started and the discussion occurred, it was definitely above my imagination. It was not only just the players, it was both creators' passion plus an idealistic, company working, Gordy's sticking out. It's ideal, what's the right word to use here? It's an ideal corporate structure, that's the word. Yeah, it was a very ideal corporate structure, and so this is NASU saying, yep, I can definitely see why this industry and this company has become very popular. It says the fact that feeling understanding and feeling the similarities of able to stand a company on their own and simultaneously using the concept of like and love as passion and fuel, they were able to pull off a lot of things that they could not have thought of. And the fact that there's many people working there, it gave me not only an they also gave me inspire and respect. So Nasu's saying that Hoyoverse, aka the Hoyoverse, actually is, you know, pretty good. Which, I mean, let's be honest, they bust out Honkai Impact, Third Impact, Genshin, Star Rail, ZZZ. So they're fucking popping off. It's quite surprising that you two had such connections already beforehand. It says, is there any way, what kind of things did you guys talk about in general? And Nasu goes, well, that's classified. And then everybody laughed, right? Everybody laughed, says, because Nasu says that's, you know, because it's industry classified, you know, like, gotcha classified, all that shit. So everybody laughed for a moment, and then Nasu specifically continued on. It says, I can't say anything for certain at all and in specific details. It says both company, in a good way, definitely saw us as an existence that cannot be ignored. And so whenever we had an opportunity to talk in private, we wanted to take, whenever there's an opportunity to talk privately or company to company, we definitely wanted to take that if we could. Simultaneously, I wanted to talk about Klee. Hey, yo, Klee from Genshin? That's my daughter. Also, yeah, I wanted to talk about a lot about Klee, and that I wanted to talk a lot about Klee, and that's one of the reasons as well. And so the interviewer goes, "Wait, Klee from Genshin Impact?" It says, "The person, my friends, the friend that I know is a very big Klee fan." He must be talking about me. Big fan of Klee. Big fan of Klee. True, true. Nasu, true. It says he has been, he loves Klee, and has been playing Genshin because of her. So they wanted to ask me to ask the Hoyoverse, when is Klee gonna get any buffs? And they wanted to know ASAP. So they straight up asked me to ask them, when is Klee getting a buff? Ask the Hoyo people ASAP, please. Lol. That's pretty funny. Some you know, a friend of Nasu is like, when's Klee's getting buffed? It's true. When's Klee getting buffed? My daughter needs to be more explosive. Give Klee buff. So David asked, I'm not sure if I can answer to your expectations. However, I will let the Genshin team know about this. Lol. How dare you? It's his #1 Klee, Genshin Impact character, the Firecracker Knight, design character, everybody loves it. If you haven't know Klee, type in Klee Genshin, you'll know who it is right off the bat. Now, Chapter 2. The enjoyment of Honkai Star Rail told by Nasu's perspective. Beforehand, Mr. Nasu, you specifically said you have played the Hoyoverse title. Now, how loyal or how much have you played this Hoyoverse titles? It's just, to be perfectly honest with you, I was holding myself back on playing Honkai Star Rail until the PS5 version came out. Recently, they finally busted out it on PS5 version, so little by little, I am continuing moving forward. As a command turn type RPG, and as a gamer, I was wondering what Genshin I wonder what Genshin would provide us next, and was quite excited about it. However, while I didn't play it, I did witness the PC version from a friend playing Honkai Star Rail, and my first comment was, man, I really wish they don't serve that for free. これ無料でやめるのやめてよって頭を抱えた lol. So yeah, so first impression that Nasu thought on Honkai Star Rail said, bruh, bruh, don't put this live gameplay for free. So he was cat meming, you know, the cat meme that come on, bro, don't make this shit free to play. Not like this. Also, I have been playing Honkai 3rd. Yeah, Honkai 3rd, and it says, yeah, also I've been playing Honkai 3rd. However, personally, little by little, I have been struggling to play on a smartphone recently. Due to the fact that it has the action combat sequence and the control settings and whatnot. However, the smartphone swiping mechanic is not as good. It's not good. Smartphone swipe control is not as good for my skin, and it doesn't read my inputs. I thought to myself, one day, these type of action, I wonder if the consumers could play it. And while I was thinking that, the Genshin Impact came out. And ever since Genshin Impact came out, I have been continuing to play ever since the live service date. My first prideful thing that came out to my head was what kind of content grew up using the otaku as a Japan of otaku as a baseline. Let's see what they got. I was definitely looking down. I was looking down. It's funny because it's uekara mesen, meaning that I was it's uekara mesen, but at the same time, if I translate it to English, it's looking down. The same concept is it's the same concept, but the perspective is interesting because in Japan, it's looking up is considered looking down in English, and looking down and looking up is the looking up is a positive thing, and looking down is the negative connotation. So it's really interesting. So NASU was technically looking down, even though it says up. That's the explanation there that you probably get messed up in basic translation. NASU was looking down at Genshin first. It says, as I had the mount, right? As if I could flex, and I started playing the game. As the days goes by, and the passion that has been poured into the game every day, and the techniques and the circumstances, and the dream of specifically speaking with, showing without saying, wanted to play around in these types of world. Yeah, it was a fairy tale, a dream within a dream for otaku's culture to be able to manifest as a reality of an adventure. And its effort and its completion, I was quite baffled, and I have said to myself, "Thank you." I said to myself out loud, "Thank you." So essentially, NASU was looking down at first, but the more he played, the more he enjoyed it, to the point that he said, "Thank you, Hoyoverse, for making this video." And when I saw the Hoyoverse's new slogan stating "Tech Otaku Save the World," I felt it sincerely that these people are taking this slogan literally, and I feel great about it. It says, by the way, you now have started to play Honkai Star Rail. Do you have anything to say to Mr. David? It says, by the way, I've barely got to Yariro 6. I only went to... What is Yari... What the hell is Yariro? What the hell is that? I've only stepped myself into Yariro 6. However, that's the first planet? Okay. So I've only been to... I'm only currently at the first planet. However, I can't say too much about the current game or the current story. However, Honkai Star Rail definitely has the... definitely has the concept of long entertainment continuation as a upfront and basic concept and world setting. So I think it really is. I think it's really doing itself a good job, in my honest opinion. This thought process was the same concept of FGO when creating it from the ashes and in our consciousness every time. The production, right, aka the live service title, is creating a settings where the users can have fun safely is always a necessity. And after all, in an RPG settings, you can always show a world that is expanding in infinity, but in every expansion, you should definitely have a organized, sorted story or structure to them. And with this, Honkai Star Rail has all those settings good to go. It says as a live service title, aka just as a title, right? As a game, I sincerely thought it was a setting that was very thought through. That was my very first impression when I've played it for the very first time. So this is David. David specifically says, "Thank you very much." ... exclamation mark. Honkai Star Rail. 立ち上げの段階で。It's funny because this clearly tells you that Genshin Impact was not meant to last long. Because David specifically says here, Honkai Star Rail, ever since the beginning of this game setup, we were creating a direction of a long-term live service feature as a directional option. Like for instance, プレイヤーの皆さんがバージョン2で訪れるピノコニに登場するキャラクターはすべてバージョン1.のストーリーやリリース前の段階で登場人物の勝利やアピールを行っています。Oh, okay, that's cool. So it says, yeah, for instance, every player that's currently about to visit version 2.0 in the planet, I'm assuming this is another planet, right? Pick Pinokuni, right? In the planet Pinokuni, the characters that is going to show and come by has already been at least appealed to themselves or at least shown themselves during the story of 1.0 in order to get the impressions and appealing and to making sure that the story stabilizes for further understanding. Uh, 今作は、明確に表示を選手んだ物語と世界線の構築に関して様々な工夫をしてきました。It says, yeah, this product, aka Honkai Star Rail, is a story that has many different, many vast difference of personalities and characters and worldview and constructs in mind, and have created and constructed many different unique sources. Essentially, it's saying that Honkai Star Rail is all about many different, many different bundles of story, interesting, entertaining, you name it, stories with world views and the world environments and circumstances to be unique to its own, right? Every time to their best. And Nasu answered, yes. After all, this is a space opera that you're trying to pull off. It says, however, in the prelude, or before the story begins, they specifically says that there are many worlds and many planets to indicate its vastness, and simultaneously give a dramatic opening in the very first space station, Helta, and give us a very high quality game, action, specifically saying, take that, and flexing their muscles to someone peculiar. And then everybody laughs, right? Because, the Nasu is essentially saying, essentially Honkai Star Rail is a space opera in the very the very beginning of the game. They tell you how vast the world/planets are, simultaneously give you a high quality opening and high octane game action shenanigans to kind of hype up and draw in the audience. Uh, そこからソーシャルゲームとしてのデイリークエストなどのシステムを引導して、そのままやりよう6のストーリーに突破して、プレイヤーの向けにこの次の惑星も楽しみにしてねと伝える。このゲームとしての一体の描写がすごく綺麗に作られていると思います。That's a lot, bro. But anyways. It says, from there, using the social game status, adding additional daily quests and many different systems implemented to do what must be done. On top of that, after finishing Yari Row 6 main story, they specifically always hint to the players, I hope you will enjoy the next planet that comes soon. As a game, it's beautifully depicted and created to constantly anticipate new adventures that is ahead of us in the future. Story エンターテインメントの先の見られ方とゲームシステムとしての先の見られ方が綺麗に融合しているのですよね。だからこそ考え尽くされているなと感じました。一度設定が間違えてしまうと、ユーザー的にもこのゲームはどこに向かうのだろうという不安が案じてしまいます。ただ、本会スターレールはそれが一切なかったんだ。やはり法要バースの過去のタイトルでバーされた技術や経験値であるとも思いますが、一つのタイトルとしての序盤の運営で決まったなと思います。I see. So from here, it says not only with ストーリーとエンタメの先見え場法とゲームシステムとしての先見え場が綺麗に融合しているんですね。The fusion of the balance of the game system, the gameplay system, on top of story plus entertainment's future foresight of what could and what will happen next is very meticulously thought out, is what I felt playing Honkai Star Rail so far. Essentially, Nasu is saying that not only the stories and entertainments are both entertaining, but simultaneously it looks to the future. It gives you hints to the future. It also gives you essentially a preview of the future. Not only just in the story, but also in the game system gameplay as well to an extent. The fusion between both of those is wonderfully done, and that's why Nasu specifically says it is thought out quite well. Because once the setting goes wrong, even just for a minute or just once, in the user side, they will create. They will have the uncertainty and uneasiness of where is this game headed to. However, Honkai Star Rail never had that in the very first place, and so far when I played it. It is due to the Hoyoverse's past titles using the techniques and the experience that they've honed over the years could be one thing. But as the one title being the flagship, and everything all started in the boardroom, aka it's saying everything was planned out, and because everything was planned out, it was successful. So it's Joban no uge de hajimatta na. だからもう、これはやっちゃうなと自分がこんなに急殺されていなければ1日1時間とは言わず1日4時間は遊んでいますね。早く進行ストーリーに追いつきたい。It says, and because of that, I said to myself, yep, I gotta keep playing this. If I am not getting killed by being too busy, I would only play. I would not only play this game 1 day, 1 hour, but I would practically play this game 1 day, 4 hours for sure, because I really want to catch up to the newest story. It says, now I would like to flip the question to Mr. David. I heard in the Fate series you enjoyed Type Moon contents. Can you give us more specifics about them? It said, then David answers, of course, I love them. Specifically around 2004, the internet has stated that the Type Moon product came in, and I think that was my very first exposure. And it's essentially Fate Stay Night Unlimited Blade Works, apparently. So first, I was a casual fan, thinking Saber is very cute. However, when the unlimited Fate Stay Night Unlimited Blade Works from here on out, UBW, when the characters were drawn and written and felt the worldviews and the circumstances, it definitely affected my life. And it definitely affected my value value to myself in my life, for certain. So essentially, he got affected by Fate Unlimited Blade Works, the UBW's character and worldview. He took an impact, and because of that, it affected his life value of not only himself, but it actually changed him. It says, whenever I am working now, I am constantly thinking about UBW and using their idea and try to spin it in my own way. It says, it's kind of embarrassing to say this, but the love and justice theme from that Unlimited Blade Works, that theme is also implemented in Honkai Star Rail for certain. It says, oh, I see. That's great to hear. When the Honkai Star Rail project was on its beginning stage, we were constantly arguing and discussing about what kind of stories and topics should we make it about. At that moment, we didn't have any specific directions or basic things in mind. However, we did have an image, specifically I had the image in my head. I wanted to have a story about a hero. And whenever I thought of heroes and hero figures, the Fate series servants characters was the very first thing in mind. So it says, oh, I see. So the characters have taken effects and influences from them as well. It says, if I want to talk about another influential area, is that the entire product, entire service of the concept of ideal justice, right? Ideal self-justice. Essentially, it's idealism, right? The soul shugi, right? Self-idealist. It's the shit that Emiya always tells Shiro, right? That you're too idealistic, you're a bitch. And then, yeah, that's definitely one of them. やはり会社がどうしよう大きくなるにつれ、利益を順番に考えなければいけない瞬間が来る時があります。ただそんな時でも自分の理想は何だろうと求めて考え直すことが大切だと思っています。もちろん利益も大切ですが、自分の心の中のニーズや利益以外の様々な選択肢を考えるようにしています。It says, as the company grows larger and more profitable, the certain times of circumstances of needing to think the revenue values and basics for profitability comes into mind. But even those terms, I would constantly think of what are my ideals, and what are my ideals is constantly questioned in my mind whenever that pops in my head. And I think it's very important to reevaluate, not to think about not just for profitability. Of course, profits and revenue is very important as well. But I also want to implement my needs and what I want from the bottom of my heart, besides revenues and profitability on my mind whenever I can. そしてこういった決断をするときには、自分が学生時代を見たアニメのキャラクターだったらどんな判断するだろうと考えたことが多いですね。それこそ私はフェイツデーナイトのアーチャーが大好きなので、アーチャーだったらこんな時にどうするのだろうと考えたりします。So it says, whenever I have to make certain decisions that's very necessary, I always think to myself this phrase. The anime characters that I've witnessed during my school days, if they were to see this situation, what kind of decisions will they make? That's a lot of the thought process will definitely come into mind. However, first and foremost, Fate Stay Night's Archer is is my favorite character. So, most of the time it goes to, what would Archer do in a time like this? Haha. It says, so the voice actor of Emiya, right? The voice actor of Emiya's handsome voice is always whispering behind Mr. David. I see. That handsome voice. Lol. It says, I understand very well with that circumstances. I too understand that very well circumstances and have the similar thought process. Whenever it comes to a live service titles and thinking about revenues, 作り手として譲れない実力差はいつも開発者の問題になってきますから。So whenever there's a live service titles and when it comes to revenues and whatnot, there is a loyalty. There's a loyalty and certain things that you cannot let go as a creator. And it always becomes a problem when it comes to developing and creating new things. It says, luckily, that the Hoyo versus experience and overall result. Result specifically states that even if you have your ideal justice and taking that into accountings and moving forward, there is a long-term revenue increase, and increase statement has kind of been semi-proven in my opinion. So I believe to myself that I have not chosen the wrong decision. ホヨースのこれまでの経験値の上、理想主義を取ったとしても、延長的な利益にはなってくれることはある程度の保証をしていると思いますので、間違った選択ではありません。間違った選択ないと信じてます。Did I get shot down? Rip. Oh shit. Am I getting shot down by the Lasangles? Is the intern Kunz attacking me for real, for real? Is this the time? Am I getting doxxed, chat? Help! Help! Are we back? Hello? Hello, Chatterino, Cappuccino. How are we doing today there? Brother. Hi, what up, Keek? Are we back? Where did you guys miss? I don't know what the fuck happened. Apparently somebody shot my internet. I don't know what happened there, but I hope y'all can tell me. Aniplex Bitcoin assassins coming after me? Damn. That's unfortunate. Yeah, I don't know what the hell happened there. How far did you guys see? What did I miss? I don't even know we were lagging. How far did we go? Go back? Did we go up to like here? What is the last topic did you guys hear of? Because I don't remember how long you guys have been DC'd for, to be perfectly honest with you. This one's done, move on. We were DJing on Archer. Okay, yeah, so yeah. NASU specifically says, you heard the voice actor of Emiya. I was whispering into Mr. David's ear every time. That handsome voice. Yes, I understand. That melancholy and dilemma, I understand that current well. As a live service title, when it comes to profitability and revenue, I understand. However, yeah, as a content creator and a lead of dreams, right? Whatever, like, it always butt heads when it comes to developments, right? I've already said this part. Essentially, they're saying that NASU understands when it comes to doing live services and revenues. There are some ideals and things that you gotta have to put your foot down in order to fight for the right and not get messed up too much. David specifically says, luckily, right, because of Hoyoverse's experience and Hoyo's experience so far, specifically says even if you were ideally justified, even if you took the ideal justice option, it has so far proven to be a long-term profitability. I hope there was some proof to this extent by now, and I genuinely think currently I have not chosen the wrong choice. It says, and to the users, they were able to touch and play and enjoy such product. And I think a lot of them would feel the same way, and they would be, they would understand. It says, this is a conversation that we definitely can agree with and talk about. When it comes to characters' qualities and capabilities, we just don't sell characters' abilities in general. Of course, having a good ability, having a good ability is a positive side of many things, but from character designs and internal dialogues and having that aesthetics, we value the characters. What would the players think of that character and what kind of feeling you can extract from them more valuable? The first thing foremost that NASU, right, they do is they would value to see if the users, if said character would become a user's Oshi, right, their favorites, their fan favorites, or somebody they can waifu, husbando, you know, daughter, X, Y, and Z, just to kind of push their feelings, right, to an extent. Personally, I believe I and Hoyoverse's common goal point is that, in my opinion. And now that I've heard the conversation straight from his mouth, I can now justify and says, I knew it. And then Mr. David said, I'm quite honored. God damn! What the fuck, Nasu? I just accidentally spoiled what Nasu just fucking asked David. Holy shit. Anyway, we're gonna get to the fun part, okay? It says, something got me very curious. Mr. David, you specifically talked about fate. You learned from fate, love, and justice. Can we get a more detail on those circumstances? It says, when I have to talk about that specifically, it will have a conversation with Archer. To be perfectly honest, when I saw the Fate Stay Night, the first impression of Archer was, wow, I found somebody pretty cool. Was my first impression of Archer. Then from there, witnessed Unlimited Blade Works. Touching it, interacting with it, understand that his heavy past and the justification and seeking justice has definitely impacted my youthful time quite tremendously when reading it and enjoying the story. Another thing to note as well, I love Lancer, aka Kufulin. That Kotomine, Priest Kotomine specifically says, Sudoku Lancer, even the order was made forcefully, he was still able to protect Rin Tosuke. It was a very manly among manly, is what I felt. And so, during that time, I thought to myself that I would love to be someone, a human, worthy of Lancer, in my opinion as well. Ha ha ha, right? Then fucking Nasu, Jesus Christ, Nasu says, hey, so if the president of the Hoyoverse says Sudoku, ... everybody lols. Fucking base Nasu. Because if you don't know what David's talking about and how cool Fooling is, right? Because Ku was working for Kotomine. And Kotomine wanted to kill Lancer. Kotomine wanted to kill Rin. So he orders Lancer to kill Rin. Lancer said no. And so he goes, okay, Lancer, if you're not going to listen to me, Sudoku yourself, right? And Sudoku, when he heard that Sudoku yourself, what Ku did was not only he did that, he also took care of Kotomine as well. So that's why he says he's a manly man, because in the end he protected the girl from evil man. And so that's why he said, I would like to be I would like to be, you know, I would, during that time, I had a feeling of I should become someone cool as manly as Lancer. And then Nasu's like, hey, yo, what if the president of, the Hoyoverse tell you to Sudoku? Bruh. And then everybody laughs. Kurara. こんにちは、クララです。スワログのように。スワログ What the hell is Svarog? スワログのように家族になってくれませんか? Is this the Ilia archetype? And like, Svarog is like the robot, and that's Hercules. Oh, so there it is right there. There's something that I would like to talk about, especially when we have this conversation. The Kurara, aka Clara, and Svalog, is that an homage to the Fate-Stay Knight, Ilia, and Berserker? Are those characters a homage respect to those beings? It says, wow, that's quite the ballsy thing. Yeah, that's quite the ballsy question you ask, don't you? And David specifically goes, I'm not going to deny that they were quite the reference. Lol. Whenever it comes to a young, it says little girl, right? But it should say young lady. When it comes to a young lady in a gigantic existence, there's some sort of romance. And whenever they say romance, they talk about like hopes and dreams and like cool things, right? Like, you know how cool it was for Hercules caring for Ilia. It's that kind of romance, right? It's not that little weird shit that you probably are thinking in the back of your head, right? It's that like emotional relationship that you saw with Hercules and Ilia, right? That's what he's talking about whenever he says the existence of a large being and a little girl. There's some sort of romance to it. そしてこの組み合わせを考えたときに多くの方がイリアとバーザーカーと思い浮かべるではないでしょうか。そういったみんなの好きなものを参考しつつ独断性のある新しいキャラクターを生み出すようにしています。So it says yes, and with that combination, whenever you see that combination, a lot of the fans would definitely look towards the Ilia Berserker combo for certain. And while using that favorite trope and what everybody likes as a trope, but I also want to inject its own personal quirk and its own creativity in order to genuinely create a new character that still has that homage implemented to it. And then Nasu answers is that I sincerely agree. Otaku like sort of these things. And in many different designs and many different products, this has been tested in many different things, and it's practically a grand design, aka it's a good design. It is a strong design, in my honest opinion as well. It's almost as if at least every product there's some sort of and every product, aka every live service, every game, every creation, at least to an extent, there is some sort of that trope existent. Lol. Oh my god, how many fucking pages out there, brother? There's 3 fucking pages worth of content. Holy shit, my tongue. Alright, next up. 本当に自分に書きたいものがどうなるのかはわからない。本当に自分が書きたいの。It says, how can you face what you really want to draw but you don't understand it? So the interviewer says, Honkai Star Rail and Fate series Both of them have a very enjoyable story, is what the user base will tell you. Whenever it comes to these story and user base interest and motivation, how do you make it continuously motivational and interested at the same time? If I can get any if I can get anything, any references or any explanation from there, if possible. God fucking damn. Won't be here a while, boys. Bust out your fucking waters. And I gotta fucking hydrate for sure. It says that is certain. The Honkai Third Impact that I was working before definitely respected and focused on the story complex. More 合わせるとストーリーを意識した先行線をずっと続けていますね。This also is true for Honkai Star Rail as well. The storyline and its conscience to it and serious to it and trying to passion it through it and adding motivation to it is a continuous thing.「具体的に意識していることとしてはやはりそこも愛と正義の話になります。ストーリー作るにおいては自分の中で愛と正義をどうやってストーリーに表現しようと考えるところから始め、そこから出てきた問題点を一つずつ解決していくようなスタイルが多いと思います。私自身に直接シナリオを書くことは少ないのですが、本海スターレールのシナリオライターの一員、役長氏は私が本海サードインパクトから伝わって以来一緒でした。そしてちょうどサードインパクトから伝わって彼はシナリオ作で悩んでいることがありました。ただ彼はシナリオ的に完成度が高く、こちらから指導するような点はありませんでした。そんな時にアドバイスしたのは、本当にそれはあなたが伝えたいストーリーなのか、本当にそれはあなたが好きなキャラクターなのかと自分自身に問うことが大事ということでしたね。そのためストーリー制作においてテクニカルな面より自分自身の表現したいものがあるかどうかということが大切ではないかと考えています。ただ自分自身はシナリオ専門家の人間ではないのため、開発チームの中で本書きを作る能力は中の下くらいではないかと思います。Law. Okay. So essentially it goes, it says, yeah, while conscious of this circumstances of wanting to, get the story going, this also comes back to the same topic of love and justice as well. Because in the story making, within yourself, you ask yourself, how can you show and express a story that is full of love and justice? And starting from there as a foothold, little by little, we start eliminating problem circumstances here and there, is most of the style that we take. I, myself, do not directly write scenarios. However, one of my co-workers, the scenario writer staff in the Honkai, third Honkai and Star Rail, one of the story scenario writers and Honkai. Holy shit, there's too many Honkais. All right, fuck you. I'm gonna just call it Star Rail from now on. Too many shit. Okay. It says I barely have writing opportunity to write my own scenarios. However, I have a co-worker that is a scenario writer in on Star Rail. This person specifically says, I worked with this person ever since Third Impact. And then, during the Third Impact story, my coworker, during that time, he had a problem with the scenario creation. But please don't get it wrong. His completion to his scenario story is quite high and pretty advanced. There was not really much that we directioned him, redirectioned him, or changed anything about. The only time he had problematic circumstances creating a scenario, the only advice we gave him was, is it a story that you want to truly tell? Is that it? I says, do you really like that character, and do you truly want that character to do that in your own opinion? Asking those questions to yourself over and over is an important thing. It's the only advice I've given to him. Therefore, when it comes to story creations, it's not always in the technical caliber, but able to express what you want from yourself with yourself is what I think to be the right direction. However, I myself is not a scenario operative or a scenario writer myself. So in the development staff, whenever it comes to scripts and storytelling, I'm practically a lower mid tier, is what I think it is. Lol. Lol. Everybody lols. Ha 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 ha. It says, the first time whenever I became a producer, I constantly checked every single inches of the stories for expressions and whatnot, and had myself constantly detail by detail to letting my opinions in, and try to control the entire circumstances to my own shoulders. However, the longer I have worked together with my members together, and now that we've been in this for the long run, I've started to realize that I should trust in their abilities more often. Because sometimes, whenever it comes to wanting to fix something that you think it is, sometimes it's just actually a personal problem and not a general problem. 今の時代にマッチした作品を作るのであれば、私よりも若いシナリオライターの方が書いたものの方が感性なども含めて今の若いユーザーに響くシナリオを作れるのではないとか考えています。It says at the same time, if we want to match the current era story and story creation and circumstances, I thought to myself, instead of writing it myself, I believe the younger writers and scenario writers, I believe it would vibrate the scenario towards the younger audience and the audiences now to a better degree than I can give off of. Is what I process, is what Mr. David said. And so the interviewer specifically says, what about you, Mr. NASU? What do you think? It says, I can understand that for certain. Era, time, and catalysts. Whenever it comes to scenarios, a lot of components is definitely needed to do such things. However, the most important thing that I genuinely think that I concern about is user motivation and how they exist. To be more blunt, no matter what the story is, having a mystery to it is the importance. A world mystery, a character mystery, a theme mystery. Many kinds of mystery could exist. However, no matter how funny or enjoyable the story may be, you would get asked the question, no danger, no uneasiness, a plain equality world is what you want to read? And if asked such question, most of the people would say no. It says you have to have some questions. You have to have some qualms. You have to have some you have to have some sort of questions that bothers you to an extent. For users to figure out the mystery on their own, to find out how things could be, to unknown to know, to understand that knowledge to feel satisfactory and pull those concentration efforts to that problem, I think is what it's very important to the end. Of course, I'm not going to say worldview and entertainments and character depth is also important. But if they know all that already, and if people all over the world completely understand the world and the character and its values, for a user, that story ends right there and then. Just like Mr. David has stated correctly. When it comes to, if there's no mystery and doubts and questions, the character, on top of that, if that character is not likable or has any attention, its value ends here. Its value ends there and now, and no forevermore.そしてユーザーにこの物語を最後まで読みたいと思わせる好奇心や知識欲を与えつけた上で各キャラクターのドラマを回していく。そうすると自然に興味が目立つことができると考えています。It says with to other users, having the concept or trying to implement them, wanting to read the story to the very end, wanting to have that concept implemented in through wanting to know more, or just out of pure curiosity or favoritism. At that, add an additional character and spin them, creating a drama that you'd never forget. And little by little, you'll figure out that naturally, it draws attraction. It draws attraction automatically. Next thing you know it. So essentially, NASU is saying, you need mystery. You need mystery and good characters, good world values, but you also want to have doubts and questions and mystery that the player base wants to solve or gets interested or gets attention to in order to continue the motivation to go forward, right? That's what Nasu's kind of saying. This is definitely my bias for certain, due to the fact that I'm a very big fan of mystery. これってみんなが当たり前にやることだから自分が偉そうに言うことでもないんですけどね。And he also says simultaneously, this is a pretty basic trope and pretty basic concept that everybody's practically doing. So I don't think I can say it so boastfully and proudly to say something so obvious. And then the interview guy says the impact that you've gotten from a mystery genre is quite valuable. In my circumstances, on top of that, on top of mystery, I want to write something delicious, is what I think. That was there before I had no title, that was there before the very beginning, from origin, right? It says, however, I kept constantly saying beautiful. Something delicious, something beautiful, right? Sorry, I said delicious. It's supposed to be beautiful. Excuse me, I'm hungry. So I saw delicious, I saw beauty as food. I want to write something beautiful. However, the term beautiful and the wanting to write something beautiful, I was only admired to those words for a very long time. In order to truly find the answer is what truly beautiful to me took quite many hours of my life.ナスキノコにとって美しいものが何であるか受け入れてこの形を自分の心に置いていこうと考えていたのが2010年以降のナスキノコこんなんじゃないかなと思っています。Yeah, accepting and understand the concept of Nasu Kino. What is beauty and what is beautiful in Nasu Kinoko's concept, and putting that concept and keeping that shape in the center of my heart, and using that thought process from 2010 onwards. I started to use that as a key bias concept for what would Nasu Kinoko would do. ナスキノコにとって美しいものが何であるかを受け入れてこの形を自分の内心に置いていこうと考えたのが2010年以降のキノコナスキノコなんじゃないかと思っています。Oh, yeah. So essentially, in 2010 and forward, Kinoko Nasu specifically now has a strong ideals of what Kinoko Nasu thinks is beautiful and put that in his heart and kind of solidified it, right? Like he's not iffy whiffy anymore. He now has like that set goal. And an interviewer asked, so I have to ask the question, Mr. Nasu, what is beautiful? What is very beautiful for Mr. Nasu? そうですね。一言で言ってしまえば成し遂げた後の人々やその状態が自分にとって最強の際も尊重できるものだったのです。Oh, Jesus Christ. If I were to compress it into one word, I value very much of the concept of a finish after doing something great, and those people and those affections, those status, right? そうですね。一言で言えば成し遂げた後の人々やその状態が自分にとっては才の尊重でもだったのようです。So it says, what's the most beautiful thing that Nasu thinks? And then if he were to say, after accomplishing something great, not only the people, but the status of that circumstances itself. I think that's very valuable and that's very respectable to have. And then the interviewer asked, Mr. David stated, asking yourself the question, is this what you really want to draw or write? Mr. Nasu, do you ever struggle of what you want to draw, what you want to write, and is it really what you wanted? It says, I think that question has been answered and that has been filtered out completely when I finished Kara no Kyokai, K&K, right? Kara no Kyokai. It says, ever since after that, you could kind of say it was, what the hell's Yose? I gotta get that. I gotta make sure we got the right word here. ジョーからの癖、悪い癖についたことが多い大性。Okay. Gotcha. It says, from there on out, I believe I developed a bad habit. I constantly told myself after the K&Ks that this is my best talent. This is what I could do, and I have to eat using this ability and this ability only. I constantly said at the time, I want to draw something, I want to write something so beautiful, but I was only clinging and surfacing those words, but not really meaning it. And from there, I have aged a little here and there, and I've started to understand and accept people's, I've accepted honestly to a lot of things. But at the same time, that also developed a rebellious approach and feeling of resistance as well. And while I was having such melancholy, one thing definitely came to mind, and it made me realize, in the very end, what I like to have the most is to people to enjoy my product. Peopleに喜んでもらえるのが一番嬉しい人種って確実にいると思うんですが、クリエイターの大半はそうじゃないかと思っています。自分の心も大事だけどサービスも大事。作家性とか魂を叫びとかはいずれ勝手に出てくるもんだから、今のところはみんな喜んでもらえばいいじゃんと考えています。It's this concept of a human species that wants other people to be happy. 人に喜んでもらう。In my opinion, there is a species that exists that they get happy when people and everyone is happy. I genuinely think those people do exist. I think creators, half of them, if not more, are like that, in my honest opinion. Of course, your heart and your desire is important too, but service is also important as well, equally if not little more. It says whenever it comes to writing affections and a stream from the souls, they all will come out eventually. So at the very moment, my thought process was, why don't I make everybody enjoy the ride? So David answered, I too, Mr. Nasu. I definitely felt that experience in those eras, very closely. It says, 今、ナスさんがおっしゃっていた時期と似た経験をしたことがあります。It says, yeah, Mr. Nasu, I've felt that era, like that season or that, motion or that time, and I had similar experiences of that as well. It's just like creating a regular light novel. Just like creating a regular light novels and short stories. Something that ends with creating it all by yourself. In the end, you only face yourself and created a product that is about yourself, and it ends there. In the opposite direction, creating a game concept and game gimmick of things, a large organizations requiring the production value requires you to look forward to other people's eyes, and other people's value becomes the utmost necessity. And when that happens, your heart and your desires of the concept existing of question of what you want to do versus what others want to see, your values and opinions, little by little, change through. 逆にゲームの制作のように大きな組社の中で行う活動原作行動は自分以外の人に目を向ける必要があります。その時に自分の心の存在が問われたり、自分の心の存在法が問われたり、自分がやりたいに対する見え方が変わっていくのじゃないかと思います。So it's essentially saying, if you're writing a short story or a light novel, you're practically writing it for yourself, by yourself, facing yourself, and you're all doing it by yourself, and that's it. But whenever it comes to creating a game, it requires large organizations and large cooperations, and making such things as that, it requires not only your desire, but desires of others that's wanting your product. And the constant question within your heart of your self-value and what you want to do gets questioned, and your view changes every so often. It says, by the way, Mr. Nasu, during those difficult times and critical thinking era, have you discussed anything with Mr. Takeuchi? And then Nasu specifically answers, to be honest with you, maybe something would have changed if I did discuss with them. Whenever I was with Takeuchi, I always wanted to show my perfect self in front of him. And so every time I would say, watch me make a better one, a crazier one next time. And so I was always puffing my chest in front of him. However, recently and now in these closer times, every time we come into a meeting, I get to say things like, it's rough, it's hard, I'm in pain, I want to play game, I want to eat good stuff, and I get to bitch and moan together. Haha. That's pretty good. そうでしたか。というのは先ほどデイビッドさんがおっしゃったシナリオライターのお話と作者と有志者の関係に近いそうな気がしそうですね。そういうクリエイターとして時期にどのようなクリエイティブ生徒が主に決まった気になります。やはりそういう時期にクリエイティブな想像をしてくれるのは他のライバルたちという作品です。どんなに心が冷え切ったりもう砕いたり思っていても他の方が作ったいいものを見ると対抗心が燃え上がるんですよね。畜生、面白すぎるだろう。俺だってやってやらみたいに。自分だけを死にして続けているといずれは燃え果ててしまう。より長くより熱くなるためにはライバルという芯が必要になると思います。Oh my god, so much. And then he answers, "Oh, I see." This is probably very similar to Mr. David talking about the relationship between the editorial and the storytellers and scenario writers conversation. そういうクリエイターとして、the creators that are gathered up in those time, what kind of creative outlooks and conversations did you have? I'm quite curious. In order to boost our confidences in creative circumstances, what we definitely talked about was other rivals' products and other things created by other people. No matter how cold-hearted or matter how cold-hearted or worn out or burned out you may be, when you see something good that was created by the other content creators, I have a quote-unquote a fighting spirit rising within me, stating things like, damn, this is too entertaining. I watch me, I'm a bust out. Yeah, I also can pull something better than that, is what I have. Because if you burn yourself as a wood, as a flint, as a what's the word? It's as firewood, right? If you keep burning yourself as your own firewood, in the very end you'll burn out. In order for you to burn long, more effectively, you need to start using rivals embers and rival sparks as a... It's essentially NASU saying here is that in order to fuel yourself in a long period of time, you definitely have to use the rival as a not as a quote-unquote enemy, but a fuel, right? Use your enemy as fuel to burn your passion, essentially, is saying. It says, yeah, David answers, as a creator, creating a concept of an ideal, creating an imaginary enemy is actually a lot more important than people think. Because not wanting to lose definitely will give you the motivational shock and motivational efforts to keep yourself moving forward. Because in the end, if you only think about yourself, there are some times that at the end, if not at the goal line, you will lose yourself because you've lost yourself. And if you defeated yourself, you no longer can make out who you are. At those times, if you were to witness something amazing from the same industry, you would witness it and says, I'm going to make something that won't lose to that thing, and that resolve strengthens, which fires your passion once more. It says the difference when it comes to story making for the both of you. What does it mean to hook a gamer in? Woo, God damn, I didn't think it was a fucking 5 million page essay interview. Continuing forward, I want to continue talking about the concept of story. Rail and FGO, they're a live service RPG. When it comes to stories and systems and combinations of both becomes very important. Can I get the opinions of you of how you can ideally create this game in your own standards? Alright, so David says, at the very early development of things, we have made many mistakes. Haha, right? It says nigawarai, which means he's like jokingly laugh, but you know it's not a joke because it's like he's smiling in a little bit of cringe because it hurts because it's true, right? It says at the very first thing, we had a system designer and a game system designer and a story designer, and each of them worked in an individual team. In the end, Yeah, as a result, the game overall construct did not work out the way we wanted, and we struggled in certain circumstances. In order to solve that problem, we specifically came up with every once a week, scenario writer and the system development team will always have a meeting. Was the first solution to this problem. For instance, the system side would say, "Hey, rogue, I want to start putting contents that's roguelike. Is that all right?" And so, in order to answer that, the scenario side would say, "How about a content that specifically talks about this and introduce that gimmick?" The meeting is in order to have a cooperative and a communicative circumstances so the game matches the story as well. And then from 1 month to 2 months, both sides of the team would start understanding and realizing each other's values and respecting, not respecting, 両チーム同意の意識をすり合わせるようにしてきます。そこでお互いの考えをうまくまとまってからコンテンツを移動できるみたいな決めています。So it says, yeah, a month or two later, both teams starts to understand each other and what they want. They both sides would come up with their plans, very detailed and thoroughly. And we'll move to the official content that's going to be worked on. Kiwaku Uchu. What the fuck is this shit? サイドコンテンツ、ローグライクのエンドコンテンツの一つ。挑戦するたびに内容が変化する。宇宙。いわゆるローグライク的に体験を楽しめるもの。エルダ、エルア、メルカ、スーブ、そしてスティールの帽子を作り、そのオール対等する時間を狙い定め。It says, what is this one? It says Operation Moon. Kizo Uchu. Not Moon, Space. So it's this endgame space thingy. It says, oh, I see. So that's what the new content was being made for. It's an endgame. The Bakugai Uchu. Outer space or outer areas cosmos, I guess. Sometimes, there's a content that starts from the system side and up, but sometimes there are ideas that a scenario side will come up that will give us a new content, aka new system, out of it. For instance, in Clock Trick, scenario side specifically asked the system side they would like to write a story based on these topics, and in order for that to be successful, they asked the system team to require a said system. Those cases will also happen as well. And I genuinely think both team thinking about one another is very important in order for the success of these games to completely work functionally. And so we make sure that the scenario writer side plays the game as well and understand the game system properly. And at the same time, the game system programmers and developers not only understands the programming and the gaming that plays through, we make sure to let them sit through the anime and the story to make sure that they follow what is exactly going on in the job. So essentially, if you're working, you're playing the game. If you are working, the system side is going to learn about the story side, and the story side will learn more about the system side. So that's what he's saying. That each team individual will understand each other's work. So FGO, NASU answers. Well, FGO is not a very complex system compared to Star Rail. So, whenever it comes to development things, there are certain limits or certain things that we can do, and it's been kind of guaranteed. And because of that, we're constantly twisting our heads every year that in FGO, within our parameters, what things can we show in order to twist things into a more interesting and unique derivative way. This is going to be a short story. So, whenever I was trying to create FGO from the ground up, from the very beginning, the development staff team specifically asked Mr. NASU, can you tell us exactly what the game is going to be about? Of course, if I were to explain the settings in super hyperbolic detail, it would be quite boring. So, this is the explanation I gave them. First, there's going to be 7 chapters. Please understand that that is the main objective. And within those main objectives, inside of them, let's do many different things and have fun. What was the first directive? Knowing the user's point of view and perspective. First, give the viewer base an end goal that you can see from the very beginning. However, the end goal, once you open those boxes, were completely empty, void. And so, with the main story, little by little, you would fill those boxes with different seasonal events and pickup characters. And from there, adding a lot of things and tighten things here and there in order to create a one large story. That was the biggest hook to create FGO in the beginning days. By the way, this also was the same concept that I used to create Fate Stay Night as well. I think the funniest thing that I said during the Fate Stay Night creation was, first, I told them, in this game, there's 7 classes. Yeah, それはどういう意味なんでしょう? Yeah, so the interviewer says, what do you mean by that? Just like how I specifically stated that in FGO, there's 7 stages. In Fate Stay Night, I wanted the user base from the very first time to understand that in this game, there were only 7 classes. これは当時の自分が触れていた日本の90時代のエンタメに対してぶつけた部分でもあって、90時代のエンタメって基本次から次へと強敵が出てくるんですよ。そして人気があるうちはそのパターンでずっと続いていく。もちろん公式も楽しんでいるけど、それとユーザー的にはキリがないんですよ。だからこそ最初に7つのクラス、7つの得意点というきっちりした砕きを作っておいてことによってユーザーにはその世界に安心してもらった上で好きだらけの世界をその時 のもので固めていき魅力を見せていく。これがある意味ステイナイトから FGO に共通している部分かもありませんね。So essentially goes yeah, the interview says, please excuse me. Can you explain that meeting? It says, just like the same way that I said FGO only has 7 stages initially. I also wanted to say the Fate Stay Night to the new users that in this game, in actuality, there's only 7 classes. This was also in a way to break the meta of the Japan's 90 entertainment style and storytelling they were told back in the day. The entertainment during the 90s, in basic juncture, enemies comes in left and right, and each of them stronger than the previous one. And while it gets very popular, that pattern continues. However, it is funny and entertaining, of course. Do not get me wrong. However, in users-based perspective, it just never feels like it never ends. So that is why, at first, I tell the people there are 7 classes and 7 singularities to make sure that it has a solid foundation, to make sure that the users be relaxed and enjoyable of that world, of its stability and actual ending. And while they have relaxed and have gone comfortable, the world that is filled with holes and inconsistencies, little by little, time by time, we would stabilize it with solid foundation rules and concepts and circumstances here and there, and show things that's very attractive and alluring. That is probably what that's probably one of the few common things that Fate and FGO has. In the Chinese gaming industry, that thought process also exists as well. The gameplay layer division. To いってユーザーにとって毎日から毎週といった一点の期間の中でプレイする内容を初めに決めてもらわなければ運営型ゲームとしては成り立たないと言われています。So it says, yeah, in the Chinese gaming industry, that process also exists as well. It's called gameplay layer division. And users every day and every week, they need to figure out what type of gameplay, what kind of circumstances are being played in circumstances and weekends and dailies. If that weren't to be solidified, it will not be officially known as a live service game. It says because FGO is a live service game, FGO also has a yearly schedule as well. We create schedules 3 years ahead of time. Yeah. We create a large-scale schedule 3 years in advance. And within those schedules and within those titles, we would choose and decides the event title necessary. Like, for instance, every year, February, every year in February, we'll have a Valentine event, and if that's if that's concreted, we would talk about this and what servant and which servant will be coming in and come to a vote and make that happen. It says, however, please do understand that this is merely a small prediction of a story or a possibility of 3 years in advance. To be perfectly honest with you, I sincerely don't know what I'm going to be doing, and I don't think we all know what we're going to be doing 3 years ahead from now. So in our perspective, we hire writers that is living a year ahead of its time. Ask those illustrators and writers to ask them, hey, do you want to draw backgrounds and character settings for us of these calibers? And once the design is finished and solidified, we concentrate with the scenario writers and discussing about the character that's already been completed. I would like to talk about this event and story in this direction and solidify the direction of the story detail by detail. Yeah, including all those in one fell swoop. It all begins with scheduling and openings and discussions for sure. During those cycle, the very important thing that we must that we follow is to, as possible, do not repeat the same thing. It says as long as the same thing doesn't occur in the same cycle, that within the game, it still feels fresh and entertaining. It's a simple direction, but in a very important meaning of a live service game, to continue successfully, that is one of the few things that we have to come forward to. So the interviewer asks, it says, the illustrators, what do they follow in basis joining the FGO? Simultaneously, the scenario writers, besides Mr. NASU, what sort of direction and advice are you giving them and wanting from them? It says in the FGO, the writers that joins the FGO story, I usually give them a TLDR of the theme and the ending. Using those as a big hook maneuver, explain the story to a minimum as possible and let the rest decide by their creativity and shape their own journey to those endings. その大体を踏まれてもらえばメイン章のそれぞれのライターの使用活動をしてもいい。逆にイベントクエストの場合、ゲーム性を活用した上でユーザーが欲しいものをしっかり調達してもらう。意思のものを書いておくとお願いしています。If the basic steps has been taken, the main scenario writers, the main chapters and the raiders could practically do whatever they want. Yeah, as long as they follow the basic and major rules, the main writers can do whatever they want. In actuality, in event quests time, they would we would like to respect the new game mechanics that gets introduced in that event, and give the users what they would like as well, in order to be an interesting story. Each scenario gets shaped into such desire. Simultaneously have meaning to them is what I always ask of the writers. Yeah, so of course writers have their individuality. And not all of them is not going to be perfect. Like for instance, the settings is perfect, but the conversation and tense and conversation volumes and flow is very honor roll student-like. Or the conversation Yeah, the conversation and topic are bouncing and it makes sense, but setting-wise, it's all over the place. There are certain times these patterns do occur. However, these are also the type of writers that I would like in my story. Where これこそが自分が求めている個人のライターの作家性でもある。そういう時に自分を離脱として、各過去になっているプロットのパラメーターを調整します。前者の場合は話を筋を抽出して、後者の場合は設定に合わせる。この上昇位 FGO という作品が全体のカラーリングを守ります。まあでもプロデュース賞はどこもこうなりますね。ははは。So yeah, essentially saying that sometimes writer goes mayhem, right? Go crazy, pee go puffs. But that's what kind of writers that NASU wants, right? Because it's unique, personal, and gets to write their passion. When that things occur, he would come in as a glue, right? Bust out the prompts and the parameters to make sure that it's adjusted. If it's a previous story that's going to continue on, make sure that the plot points are secure to an extent. And if it's a aftermath of sort, make sure that the setting is correct for the next person and adjust accordingly. And the basic outer layer of the coloring is protected of FGO. Then it says when it comes to production, right, producer job, I think that's practically the same and it's done everywhere. Lol. And David asked, it says ever since I was in Third Impact, I was doing the similar job style as well. It says during Honkai Star Rail, there's a lot of good writers that we've hired, so there's a lot less work for us these few times. Lol. It says, however, yesterday, my boy, aka the main scenario writer of the Honkai series, right? The Honkai series is main scenario writer. He was struggling against the Golden Fountain scenario and was up 2 a.m. all day and was overtiming. It says, please tell the scenario writer of Honkai Star Rail, my good friend, the battle has already begun. There's no time for your heart for rest. The battle, my good friend, the battle has begun. Your heart and your body will not rest. There is no time for your heart and your body to rest. Please let them know that, and then everybody laughs. Because they know, because it's true. Right? They know. They know. 本人でやっていた頃は自分の作品を10人が見たらどうしたらその10人が満足すればいいし、逆に10人からの文句が言われてもふーんくらいに受け流すことができました。Whenever I was doing this during my doujinshi time, right? Doujin time. I was constantly thinking about how I can satisfy 10 people that was created by my product. And on the opposite effect, even 10 people all have said their complaints. I tried to figure out how to say, oh, I see. And try to, let it go. Practice letting them go. It says, however, the title has become gigantic and humongified, and a lot more user base and players has started to look and read my title. The users went from 300, 600, 10,000, 1,000, and in the end, it goes to almost 1 million, if not more. And the fact that getting their ideas and their complaints all in one body, normally you can't do this shit. It says currently, I believe right now, Honkai Star Rail team and everybody else is in that mud of hell that we've had before. All I can say is staff and you guys and the staff team do your best. And I hope it gets paid off. David answers, as teacher NASU have specifically stated. Currently, Honkai Star Rail is being loved by users worldwide. And at the same time, in our current circumstances, our development team and us in general are quite appreciative and happy about this. However, as user count increases, it is very difficult. It is very difficult to make it likable and enjoyable for all the players to have fun for. That circumstance is definitely one of the few problems that we need to tackle and move forward and defeat. Overcome, right? Like, for instance, those who want story and worldview updates, enjoying that specific circumstances of the game, we want to make sure that Pinokini, a new planet concentration, is being resourced and poured in correctly. We wanted to make sure that the Star of Celebration will be a play day, a stage that even Yarido 6 and the floating ship will not falter against those and create a very refreshing, fresh, new story experience is what we're now being asked for. I don't know these, right? The fucking... I'm assuming they're planets and like side stories and like other main stories and whatnot. It says on top of that, we want to make sure that the users that are heavily looking forward to contents and other amazing things, we've got ourselves the quote-unquote space, right? I think it's like Abyssal for Star Rail, and the Forgotten Garden. We've got a couple of end contents created in order to adjust and buy time and burn times in order for you to get great rewards. It says, as a live service title, we are constantly accepting user feedbacks and figuring out and adjusting UIs accordingly to optimal efforts is what we would like to do. I really want to thank my development team so much for all their hard work. And because of them, the result is Honkai Star Rail is able to move within the time in a new era, simultaneously able to bring out a fresh new game gimmicks and experience fun gameplay as well. Oh my god, god damn. Alright, let me get like 2 minutes of water drank real quick. What do you guys think so far? Not too shabby, huh? Almost done, boys. Almost done. Struggling here. I want to ask two of you guys. What does it mean to be a live feeling? Feeling that excitement. How do you create that? Whenever it comes to live service title and its creation, I would like to have a little more detail and would like to have questions in mind. After all, both title is a real time and story continues to be fresh and continues to move forward. This live feeling, this alive essence. I know you guys have that very value to it. So I would like to hear or would like to ask the question of how are you making this circumstances that you have this live feeling of want to play in the now, right? So NASU answers first. Is whenever it comes to live feeling, the quote-unquote aspects of in the moment. In actuality, a lot of the times, figuring out and finding a big impact of where FGO could be very entertaining, very enjoyable timing is always our catching gimmick for FGO. Like for instance, this is in the trend, so we should do this is in the trend, but let's do FGO. Is not the direction we want to go. FGO の流れの中でこれをやったからユーザーは面白がってくれると確認できるタイミングを見極めようとしているのです。It says FGO did this and we want to find that nice timing of did this and users appreciating it. We're constantly looking to confirm and adjust that timing to get it right. So essentially saying that in NASU, for NASU's process, FGO is where it can be the most entertaining, where it can be most fun, right? 今あれが流行っているから FGO でもやろうではなく it's a yeah their goal is not because this is trending we should play FGO. That is not their goal, but FGO did this in their game and users had fun and enjoy it. That is the timing that they want to determine and hone. In these aspects, we do think about a lot of the serious players of FGO, serious FGO player user base, and have a concept that can that can vibe, if not what's another word for vibe? Give them stimulant. There we go. Experience. Like for instance. Yeah, for a good example, specifically saying things like, we're not going to add new classes anymore. And then right when we said that timing, hit them with the backslash and then give them a new class. And because of that, even if that is the case, story told wise, this new class gives out a completely new meaning and importance to it. Yeah, we are constantly thinking about the timing and the events of the serious users that enjoy, yeah, そして物語に意味ある新しいクラスになっている。そういう物語に真実なユーザーに喜んでもらえるタイミングでイベントを考えています。So it says, yeah, for the hardcore story, hardcore story lovers and users, in order to enjoy them, we have timings and events thought for them as well. And there are other stabilizing and comfortable seasonal events that is a little bit differentiated from the serious players. It says this is one of those It is an event that would always occur in a human lifetime. So our goal to that is every time we do our very best to satisfy and answer the user's expectation every year. It's essentially like what? Like Christmas event, Valentine's Day, White Day, you know.それとは別に季節のイベントは安全を第一にすること。これはもう人が生きる上で必ず発生するイベントなので、必ず毎回ユーザーの期待に応えるものを心がけて作っています。So yeah, it's saying that seasonal events are very stable and safety first. This is something that everybody will go through and enjoy at least, you know, in a season, aka a year. So they'll do their very best to make it so that it answers every user every time. Meaning that, you know, Lotto's Lotto, events, White Day, Gouda, X, Y, and Z, right? Something like that. Ima, Nash さんがおっしゃっていたことに近い部分はあるのですが、本会スターレールを含めた現在の保養バースタイトルはグローバル同時運営が基本です。だから季節的なイベントはちょっと少なめに設定しております。やはり世界観でうちのフェスティバルの日などは全く違ってしまうので、グローバルな現象を前提にすると全てのイベントに合わせるのはやはり難しいので、その代わりにゲーム内でオリジナルのフェスティバルを作ることに力を入れています。すみません、まさにそれですね。Is that it? Or is it this one? The Crepuscle Zone? Is it this one? Huh? What the hell, boy? In Genshin, there's a specific event that comes out in the Daily Phase. In the game, country specifically calls it specific event. It usually happens every year around January to February. Oh, I see. It's just like in-game Christmas or whatever. Or at least in-game festival, right? Because it's did I say this? Yeah, so like while FGO has you know, Christmas, Valentine, Honkai Rail goes a different approach. He says, as Mr. Nasu-san has stated, we have very similarities. However, Hoyoverse titles and other things like Star Rails, we are a global we are a quote-unquote global simultaneous live gameplay. So therefore, we, compared to others, have less seasonal events. This is because around the world, festivities, celebration days completely changes from locations to locations. So whenever we are having a global live service circumstances, it's very difficult to line up the events with individual areas. So instead of lining it up with individual areas, we have created a in-game scenario to create an original festival in order to acquire that said year repetitiously. And then Nasu goes, oh, it's that one. And then it says, David goes, you're exactly right. Ha ha ha. It's simultaneously, we have concentrated and took efforts when it comes to PR a main story that fits correctly. やはり具体的なプロモーションやマーケティングを考える前に実際のメインストーリーはすでに決定しています。その中でこのキャラクターは成長する、このキャラクターは退場するといったシナリオに先に設定し、それに合わせてプロモーションを仕掛け方やタイミングなどを考えます。これらの問題点としては先にストーリーを確定しまうことで自分たち自身の強制が難航になってしまう時があったりします。やはりゲームだからシナリオだけではなく演出やアニメーションなどもそうして制作必要なのですが、シナリオだけ先に決定してしまい各チームに連携が微妙にずれてしまったこともあります。でも最終的に何とかします。So for instance, David specifically says one more thing that we have in mind is PR for main stories. Whenever it comes to marketing and promoting specific things, we definitely have constant a foot down when it comes to main story plotline. Simultaneously within that, we want to show that certain characters might grow or certain characters might take exit stage left or right. Having all those setups ready to go and talk about it. Talk to the people that is in need and talk about promotions and how you can hook the audience in and timing wise as well. Problematic circumstances in that part is that if the story gets confirmed already, there are some times that we would actually strain ourselves significantly of hardship because of our foolishness. Like for an example, it is a game after all, not just scenario wise. We would definitely have like animations and videos, whatnot is to be created, but sometimes the scenario had been completed before anything else, and every other team's cooperation and collaboration got distorted just a little bit, and it happens sometimes. But in the end, we try to figure it out and fix the solution. For an example, Star Rail had 1.5 schedule. And because of that 1.5 schedule, we were thinking and have completely released at November 15th. And because, the concept was going to be released in November 15th, we wanted to have that live stream to have spooky Halloween. And the current concept of that time was spooky. It was distasteful, it was creepy, but it was quite stupid silly. What was our main concept of that direction while trying to get that live stream going in the new patch? That was the beginning, and using that idea as a source fuel, the quote-unquote, this shit came to be. The Creep Skull Zone, essentially a ghost event, actually came to be when they tried to do something spooky, scary skeleton. The main story was about defeating these spooky, scary skeletons that were threatening this specific location. The Star Blazers and the quote-unquote pioneers were gonna create a Ghostbuster team, essentially. Ha ha ha. When it comes to character creations, we have a specific thing called Fofo, which was the expert of the supernatural phenomenon that resided in such a location, and the great nemesis, or aka evil enemy, and on top of that, the judgment of dead and alive. All those come into play and had many different entertaining attributes of the 10 commanding crowns, is what I think. I have no clue. I'm assuming it's just this shit, the fucking game, where each individual is these fucking people, and essentially you're supposed to Ghostbuster. Ghostbutter. Oh, is a Yaya? She's cute? Oh, I see. Just understand that it's probably like ghosts, you know, possessing people, and then you gotta ghost bust them, you gotta suck them out. Suction! It's probably some shit like that. Because it's Ghostbusters. You hear Ghostbusters, it's all about that suckage. And then so they were happy that they were able to bust out charming commissioned lords. Some shit like that. Lords of commission. I have no clue what that means. I'm assuming they're like elite commanders or some shit. During 1.5. It's a ruling body of a colony ship. Oh, okay. It's like a big dick ship. Gotcha. During 1.5 story, that's how the Ghostbuster themed circumstances worked in the event. While hearing about the event, I would like to ask for the story. Hoyoverse does titles and original festivities and creates it on their own. FGO likes to stick around in the IRL event circumstances like Halloween and Christmas, correct? Oh, I don't like that. Does fucking NASU only see Japan? Japanese FGO? Come on, bro. But anywho, specifically saying, as Mr. David has stated before, Hoyoverse one of the weakness is that it is a worldwide live service game. So it's very difficult to have an event that involves a world synchronization event. Essentially, you can't have a fucking festivities. World festivities is practically impossible. In FGO case, event scheduling is based on in Japan dates. So anything that is essentially Japan holiday, Japan celebration. So they're just saying that FGO's event schedule is based off of Japan's calendar. That's it. Nothing crazy. Because of that, the quote-unquote inland, right, aka Japan, Japanese users were able to put social gimmick and inland users to be enjoyable because they'll be in the trend and in the in the time. It says, David specifically says, at one point we tried to get in-game, real-life game event progress to come out forward as well. However, while discussing, thinking about the different world prefecture structures and time differences, it needed to have schedule, all needed to match, so we decided to scrap that idea. And then Nasu goes, even a Christmas, a single event. However, a Christmas is learning, understanding, and culture, and visual differs from country to locations, for sure. So in the end, you have to make it similar, if not follow a said country's structure in the very end, no matter what. そうなると合わせてもらえなかった国のフュージョンの子が生まれてしまうからどう見ても実況できないんですね。なので世界展開を見る場合はあくまでゲーム内なのでこれがうちの祭りですと宣言する無用のバースのスタイルは正しいと思います。でも僕は食事ハイブイベントを忘れないぞ。Eating what? I never forget the eating live stream event, or is that eating Fucking did Hoyoverse had like a Uber Eats event or something? What the fuck? What does that mean? Anyway, NASU specifically says, yeah, it's very difficult because you always have to model a said season to a country or a location because you can't do it to everybody because it depends on it. The sheer fact that Honkai Star Rail, to be honest, the Hoyo versus Honkai Star Rail style I think it's in the right, and I think it's very smart. Because what you guys can say is that in the world value, you can invite the world and says within the game world, you say this is our own festivities that happens in XYZ years. And I think it's very unique and very precious. However, I will not forget about the, like food delivery event. I guess there was a food delivery event because Nasu remembered. Otaku culture. Is that everywhere? Is that in every country? Okay. Sorry, I'm fucking losing my mind here. It says Nasu goes, we can definitely talk about this now that the worldview and worldwide came to the topic. I wanted to talk about a certain character design. I would like to discuss about a certain character design. Like, for instance, the character design of Hoyoverse, of Honkai 3rd Impact. The impression that I had was practically staff's favorites and likings and their preferences were being solidified into action, is what I thought. But starting from Genshin, it became not only what the staff likes, but others as well. First and foremost, base. As a base, there was decent amount of Chinese-like character design, but on top of that, there are other base designs like France, Germany, and other different countries' culture slowly but surely implemented in these characters. It's very otaku culture main. However, there is no accent or irregularity, and characters' personalities and quirks, little by little, skyrocketed. And from there came the Honkai Star Rail, and from there, the design and the direction is completely on top of each other, and it's to the point that now you can look at a character and says, this must be a Star Rail character, and made it a design that you would one-shot know right off the bat. What どんなテイストのキャラクターであろうと、中心に中華のデザインのアーキタイプが入っていることを本会スターレールを遊んでいて強く感じました。It says, no matter what tasteful characters they may be, I've realized that in the middle of all this, there's an archetype Chinese culture mixed into it, is what I have learned while playing heavily on Honkai Star Rail. なのでこのデザイン方向こそが中国界の新しいオタクメソドになっていくんだろうなと。メソド。Oh, method! God, fucking Japanese English. Please, Nasu, stop doing that. ゲームバクターの開発中話題になちながら応用バースをデザインしても特に持っている。アップデートされるためにそう思います。It says, so the design directions will probably become the new Chinese method, right? A new Chinese or a otaku method, essentially meta, right? New meta, new method, new trend. While the game's being created, its development Development skills can get into topics of trouble at sometimes. However, in the very end, Hoyoverse has a very good design and very unique one that's noticeable right off the bat. Every time it's getting updated, I think of that strongly more and more. Let's see. It's thank you very much. However, that point that you specifically stated, Mr. Nasu, is also a point that we are currently struggling and having problem as well. やはり一つの作品として完成度とクオリティを保つためにキャラクターとテイストや世界観は一種類に必要があると考えています。そのため結果的に原神や本会スターレールもナスさんがおっしゃっていたようにいただいたような一目でどんな作品か分かるようなデザインになっています。So thank you very much. And then, yeah, as Mr. Nasu stated, that is one of the most hardest point and the toughest point that we always tackle on. In order to make sure that each individual designs is perfected into quality and maintain its professionality, we want to make sure that everything aligns for the character, their taste, and the worldview values with the is a necessity. Worldview values and their essentially their style, right? Their character, their taste, their worldviews, their accent, their thing needs to all match up into one, is what I think. So as that result, Genshin and Honkai Star Rail, as Nasu has specifically stated, you can understand which character is which game right off the bat in that unique character way. Daga, ただ同時にこの方角を続いていくと新しいキャラクターの切れ味やささやか審査がユーザーにとっては薄れてしまうじゃないかと考えております。つまり見慣れたデザインになってしまう可能性ではあるではないということです。今後の延長期のものの運営を見られるためにあってこのは少しずつ修復していく必要とあるとも考えています。いざ飛んだ時にキャラが被ってしまうみたいなことはないでしょうか。So he's specifically saying that simultaneously, while it is a great feat and style perspective that we're going for, however, at the same time, if we go for the same direction over and over, the new character that's supposed to be hot, fresh, and off the pipe, to a user, it might get a little bit distinguished or not distinguish. It's like disintegrate, right? Like, essentially it's saying that the possibility, meaning that the design is, we've already seen that design and people get used to that design and little by little lose interest to it. There's a possibility of that is always constantly on our mind. Expected? Yeah, expected design. There you go, yeah. Meaning that we don't want, there's a possibility of the player base thinking that it's an expected design and lower their freshness, right? Like, new character, you don't get hype because it's the same shape, it's the same archetype. You kind of lose, like, that little freshness, right? That little edgeness, the little bit of, like, unexpectedness, right? That's what he's currently talking about. It says, from here on out, it is going to be a very long, right? Very long, quote-unquote, value game. In order to make the live service survivable, we are little by little fixing that direction. We might be thinking about fixing that direction if necessary. The Nasu comment that says, you're quite right. The expected, but at the same time, the freshness or the new taste or fresh blood sequences kind of diminishes. That's the word, diminishes. That's definitely certainly a problematic point that I can understand. Galapagos. Galapagos? The fuck is Galapagos? Galapagos. It's a term. It's not a province. It's a Galapagos syndrome. Galapagos syndrome is a term in Japanese origin used in business study to refer to an isolated development branch of a globally available product. The term is used as an analogy of the part of the Charles Darwin on the origin of species. Darwin encountered Galapagos Island, isolated from flora fauna, which had undergo evolution charges independently from mainland. Phenomenon was key to development of the evolutionary theory. Darwin stated that due to the difference in environment from one island to another, species adapted to make survival more visible to the local island can lead to similar things. The term Galapagos syndrome has been used as a metaphor outside a field of business jargon, term meaning that Galapagosization, referring to the process of isolation of Japanese, links to the process of island mentality. Oh, I see. そういう意味では日本のオタク文化ってガラパゴスですよね。ある種のスライムみたいな交流をしたり、10年前をしたら今の交流が全然全く違うんですが、これって文化的に考えると、かなりおかしいな話ですよね。なんで自分たちがこれでいくと宣伝したのも手形にしないんだという。エンターメントの交流の廃棄はループになっているとよく言われます。日本と中国のオタク文化に応じているときももろもろの理由でイコールとして考えることはできないのですが、個人的には今の中国の交流は日本では少し前に流行っていたものと似ているがあるじゃないかと思います。ただしこれもどんどん新しいものが出ていく時期と交流が仮定される時期が繰り返していて、その中でお互いの国のタイムレスのスケールや好みをしてあればちょっとずれている時もあります。Very, very interesting topic. Okay. It's a Galapagos island, right? So in a weird way, Japanese otaku civilization is like a Galapagos, right? It says, let's give it an example. A certain species, right? A certain species of slime. When that started trending, a 10 years ago trend versus current trend is completely different. If you think about it in civilization perspective, it's quite odd and it's quite weird. Nande 自分たちがこれでいくと宣言したものを主張しないというのだ。Like for existence, why didn't you push the canonical thing that we wanted you to push? Yeah, why don't you push the canonical thing that we wanted you to push? And why on earth has that happened of that circumstances? Haha. Yeah, because I believe the slime got actually more popular, if I remember correctly. Like the dragon, yeah, right, like the Dragon Quest slimes and whatnot got so popular than the actual game at one point that it got fucking wild in. Right, that's what NASU is specifically talking about. Like 10 years ago, slime was popular. Now, slime's still popular. And then he's specifically talking about, like, even though the same evolution, right? Same trend came into place 10 years ago, it still came back in 10 years ago. Entertainment の入りき Yeah, so yeah, it's essentially talking about the entertainment. Wait, is this like rot? Is this rot or is this something else? I want to make sure that I translate this one right correctly. Study はだったもの、すれた針のスタディは応じて模様書を転ばない。デジタル的な分解は役に立たないもの、安らったもの。お前、あなたのために一生って伝っていました。不要になったもの、時代遅れで使われないもの、箔をすれたもの。So David specifically says the entertainment's trend, the unneeded gets looped in somehow, some way. That's kind of a common thing you hear these days. Chinese and Japanese otaku culture, whenever they saw and clashed in together, you can't really think of them as equals in reason and value. But personally, a lot of the Chinese trending culture is practically a Japanese trending culture, just a little bit further back, in my honest opinion. It says, however, there are some times that, like, there's seasons where new things come out of nowhere, or the trend kind of gets stabilized circumstances and kind of goes on a loop and a repeat. And then sometimes within all those, both of the times and scale kind of align with each other, and the memes spread at the same time and stabilize at the same time. And sometimes they're just off timings of each other. So he's specifically talking about David saying that entertainment, trending stuff, anything that's like discarded goes into a semi-loop, right? To an extent, in the end, it gets looped later on. Japanese culture of otaku and Chinese culture of otaku, they have the same meaning, but you don't want to have reasons with them equally. But in his personal opinion, that a lot of the Chinese culture and trending trends a little bit. It's essentially whatever Japan trends, Chinese trends it later. But he says there's exceptions, like for instance, sometimes China or Japan will come up with completely different things, and they don't clash with each other. Sometimes they do clash, and the quote-unquote the culture kind of stabilizes, right? Comes into a halt. And some of those gets repeated here and there, and sometimes both of the time scales and likes kind of align with each other to create some minor explosives, and some of them just, slips off of one another. It says, Nasu answers, while we are conversating this, in the very end, our end topic will probably always come back to how can we protect a culture that's traditional to an extent. Traditional memes and whatnot. Of course, we'll do our very best to protect those. But if I may be a little bit rude and honest, otaku prefers entertainment otaku sells their souls to their entertainment than protecting a traditional culture. Yeah, so Nasu is saying that, to be blunt, otaku sold their souls to entertainment, so they barely care for, traditional cultural values. Whenever somebody cool or somebody awesome makes an invention of sort, they would try to revise it or make it better of that and hone it and make it their own. When it comes to otaku, they're more of, instead of preserving the culture, preserving and civilization of their own culture, otaku would like to preserve the otaku and their civilizational culture, and within it, they would constantly rerun and re-loop and run around in circles of the same thing that they enjoy quite most every often. Like, for instance, Yeah, for instance, a lot of the Chinese game product, the good old, I don't know what that is. It's an entertainment genre of sort. Martial arts. So like, yeah, for instance, the good old, the goodie and an oldie but a goodie, aka martial arts, trope. Constantly protecting that. But however, there will be some type like you, Mr. Hoyo versus where you hybrided yourselves. Those the predecessors that are all in the quote-unquote martial arts style, they want to constantly protect the civilization and the culture of the traditional value. Compared to that, Hoyoverse has like, no, we would like to do the very new one, very trending one. What we want to do first comes into mind. And I believe that mentality works quite well into the otaku cultureverse. So essentially, NASU is given an example of like otaku likes entertainment, and practically otaku sold their soul to entertainment values. He gives an example of a trope, the martial arts trope, the goodie and the oldie but a goodie, right? When it comes to Chinese game type. A lot of the Chinese created games protect that trope a lot, but MiHoYoverse use it as a hybrid circumstances. Yeah, while the traditional value and civilization is protected and looped in, Mr. Hoyoverse would like to do something specifically saying, no, I want to do something that's very fresh, very hip, very hype, very trendy, and simultaneously want to try out something that they want to do instead of the following tradition. And that's why otaku culture loved this to an extent. Mr. David, you specifically said that Chinese country and trending are currently a little bit behind into Japanese trending, is what you have stated before, but to be perfectly honest, my statement is completely the opposite. Currently, China is having the otaku culture at the forefront and center up front, at the front lines of it, in my opinion. After all, whenever you see it, right away, we can instantly understand that otaku would love these types of culture and these tropes instantaneously in one shot without hesitation. So, NASU is specifically saying that currently Chinese is the most otaku culture forefront, the front line of trending, because they know what they're fucking doing. Which is pretty much true. 一個人の感触ではあるのですが、私は今の日本と中国のオタクのコーチはそこまで大きな違いはなく、みんな一緒にコンテンツを楽しめるように感じています。この文化の差はここ数年で埋まってきたところのが多いでしょうか。Man, they are like talking like about otaku culture at its fucking finest. So the quote-unquote, the personal, right? The interviewer says, in my opinion, I believe the current Japan and Chinese otaku culture doesn't have a big gap between them. I feel like we're enjoying all the contents together. This cultural gap, has it filled, or has it filled, if not even larger gap within these few years, and how big and where was the biggest impact? So David specifically answers, if you were to ask such simple question, I believe it can be jot down to two different genres. For the mass popular or for the core otakus. I believe the previous one, for the masses contents, I believe the differences in country and circumstances slowly but surely is getting filled out, but yeah, slowly but surely getting filled out, if not ahead of its trend. The latter, aka the core, right? The core otaku fans' interest in new trending for the core otaku, I believe China is a little bit behind, in my opinion. So David specifically states here is that you're probably going to divide it. You're probably going to divide the fan base between a mass populace and the core otaku audience, right? It says in mass populace wise, I believe the trend and the hype and the content is filling the gap, right? So they're probably on par, if not a little bit ahead of its time when it comes to popular trending. But when it comes to core otaku, right? Hardcore niche otakus, when it comes to new trend, new flavorful trend that's very for the core, he believes that China is a little bit behind to that circumstances. To give an example, I don't know how to fucking landmine type. How do I explain a landmine type in English? For an example, in Japan, currently there's a fashion cultural style called the landmine type. However, that attribute and that culture is still a minor thing in the Chinese aspects. In the Chinese culture or otaku culture, the landmine types are landmine types are not as obscure or not popular or known as a concept just yet. And if you guys don't know what a landmine type is, right? Landmine type is like the girl that's the girl that looks fucking depressing, but like if you say one word wrong, she'll fucking kill you, chop your balls off, and she's gonna explode on you. Say something wrong and she'll fucking explode on you. Do something wrong and she'll explode on you, right? She looks like that. She looks like a landmine, right? I don't know how to explain that shit correctly. Right, Jiraike explanation. How do I explain mine woman? There you go. In Japan, they're called mine woman. In English, right? But more of it, it's like this. It's called Jiraike, right? It's called landmine. I call it landmine. People probably call it land bomb girl, right? It's landmine. If you put jirai, right? If you fucking put jirai and translate that shit, it's landmine. It's explosive, right? It's a younger fashion and subculture originated around early 2020s. It's a style that consisted of a dark, girly fashion, but with own spin to it that made the wearer appear distinctly a landmine, even from just a glance. However, with the increasing mainstream awareness of the subculture has undergone multiple changes in regards to its style, wide variety of fashions have now worn. Questionable name and negative association activity that made its existence controversial, especially in Japan. Right? Like, these are your landmine type of girls. A little gothic, but it's a little black. Got enough accessory to not be completely black. Got pierced here, got pierced there. It's half twin tail, not full twin tail, right? It's not goth. It's a dangerous type, right? Is Jalter Jiraike? No. Jalter is tsundere. That's an archetype. The landmine girl, aka explosive girl, right? Is you can clearly see that she's kind of dangerous. Like, you can clearly see that this bitch crazy, right? She's not a goth. You can obviously that she's not a goth, but her clothing is a fucking warning sign. Get me? Right? Like, these type of girls. Like, you can clearly see that these bitches are crazy. But they're not gothic crazy. Right? They're in style. They're in form. But you can see the vibe that they're just a little crazy. That you don't want to fucking step into it. Right? There's different types, right? It's very unique. Most of the time, you're going to wear a mask. A lot of the times, if you want to go basic landmine girl style, you're going to wear a mask. Because what happens is that the mask hides the face, and it gives the concentrations to the eyes, and the landmine girl types, aka explosive girls, have a distinct eyeline makeup that just makes it look Monka-esque, right? Like, you can clearly see this one's a weaker landmine, but you know that, you know, the shirt's a bit cringe and you don't want to fucking get close to her because it feels like she'll either explode on your ass or attach on your ass and then just explode on you. This one, she'll probably fucking shank you if you told her that you don't like her, right? These are the types you want to just stay away. But they're hot, you know what I'm saying? And notice that they're halved, right? It's a half twin tail. It's half coloring. It's the indication of she ain't right in the fucking head because, you know, she's not dressed proper, right? It's kind of sus. But at the same time, that sus gives that, hey, yo, maybe I got a chance kind of thing, right? Origin, yeah, due to the makeup of certain a certain YouTuber, it went viral during the March 2020 during Corona season, which had made emulating the landmine woman stereotype. The term has been associated with various darker styles, gradually morphing into its own subculture. Yeah, some darker and disturbing themes, though not in styles like Yami Kawaii. Yami Kawaii is cute, darky, right? Like, it's not gothic, but it's like cute, right? It's still goth, but it's like light cute gothy, right? A little cute girl gothy, right? Like that, right? Where she's still cute, she's still got that gothic style, but she wants to be cuter. Right? This is a cute goth because you can clearly see that this is not full goth, right? It's cute goth. You got this little pink dark. You get to deco yourself just a little bit. Right? Anyway, we're moving on. Talking about fucking fashion to these Pepegas. What the fuck am I doing here? And then, yeah, that's kind of what David's talking about, right? Because in Japan, landmine girls are the subculture is quite popular, but currently China hasn't gotten that trend in just yet. They're still known, right? It's a minor subculture. It's minor, I wouldn't say fetish, but you get what I mean. However, Japan and China definitely has a closer as a country when it comes to meme slash cultural otaku base. As Mr. NASU has specific stated, a Chinese-based characters. 日本では問題なく収入としても受け入れてもらえるという感じです。Specifically the concept of the Chinese-based characters. In Japan, there's no problems when it comes to being produced or being used as a character. X, Y, and Z, no problem. そういったデザインのキャラクターが日本で広く受けられている件について我々も注目しています。It says, yeah, we're paying attention whenever Japan makes a cool designs that focus on that feature as well. For an example, bro, what? Genka Beijing? Fucking, who this bitch? This bitch from Star Rail. Images. Can we get a fucking fandom or whatever this shit is? Hello, like. I can't read Chinese, damn it. So, apparently, Jingu Li has taken a base from Consort U. And hey, that's not my words. That's what fucking he just said. It could be a other Consort U that they're talking about. I mean, I guess. Fucking see it, but I guess. Is it like that? This specific character's design. For instance, this character has a lot of design that is layered on top of a Consort U, aka Gekka Bijin style. And simultaneously, well, it says Gekka Bijin. I'm just associating FGO character obviously to the term Gekka Bijin because it's Crimson Moon under the Crimson Beauty under the moon, and Crimson Beauty under the moon, aka Gekka Bijin, is a beauty under the moon, right? Because the crimson part, fucking don't worry about that. Beauty under the moon apparently is a thing. The property of Beauty under the moon is being used as a design, so this has nothing to do with FGO. Jingli, yeah. In China, there's a certain term called Cloud Flowers One Essence. Cloud Flowers One One Show. The specific word. This specific word translates to under the moonlight. There might be a beauty. However, at first, it might not look very pleasant. That flower will not be able to bloom long and vanish so instantly, is the meaning to it. Oh, okay. So it's, yeah, even though underneath the moonlight it's such a beauty, that beauty is, it's essentially, it's a momentary beauty under the moonlight, but the flower doesn't bloom as long and it'll perish in an instant. Interesting. However, that circumstances is very similar to the character concept of Zhongliu? Yeah, Zhongliu concept as well. Probably Japanese and Chinese culture-wise have a very similar circumstances or expressionists, or the quote-unquote Chinese-like nuance is very easier to understand in the Japanese audience. However, compared to that, in the opposite direction, America, Europe, and other other countries and areas outside of Asia might not have a understandable nuance unless they learn the culture. However, looking through the internet and SNS and social media, social network media sites, the design of these moon blades and these Chinese-like aspects and designs, people did understand it, and they understand it and respect it and appreciated those, foreigners do exist. こんなに売れるのにまだそこの壁があるのか。It says you're selling so well, yet there's still these walls that needs to be overcome. Yeah, essentially, David is explaining there that, like, while some populists can get the ideals and ideologies and whatnot, but sometimes the Chinese nuances and some of these word plays and themes might not be acceptable or understandable to people outside, like the Eastern cultures, right? Like where we have like family values a lot more than other, countries and whatnot. Or we have play on words that kind of doesn't exist too much in other countries and whatnot. Creative hot springs and origin. Creative origin. How do you shape your desires and dreams? Just now we talked about otaku cultures and civilizations and whatnot. From a user's perspective, both titles nourish and accomplish the feature of what otaku wants to do and what they would like to see and do. A lot of them are stuffed in there, in my honest opinion, and they're very alluring and very charming. For instance, perfect example will be Honkai Star Rail. I believe in the inside turmoil, there must be a lot of male character fans out there and want to write them very passionately. pretty sure a couple of people are there. Is this correct? David answers 実はそこももちろん開発チームメンバーの好みもありつつ商売的な決断が含まれている部分です。ただ間違いなく断言できるのは開発チームは全てのキャラクターに対して心地を注いできたということです。願書を憂いながら常に先頭と立つ Who the fuck is that? Jing Wan? 買い元臆病なのに意外にできたことで重心管理になった言った女の子フォフォ若くて彼女にスターピースカンパニーの戦略交流指揮幹部の高校幹部になって乗りつく Oh my god, Jesus Christ, fucking Topaz, calm down. Such a fucking description for one character. などなど大量様々なキャラクターをご用意し、ユーザー一人一人自分が聞こえるし支援してやった人だよね。大企業としての強いマーケティングの力がある部分ですよね。これほど見たら大量になると失敗されないんですから。So, sorry, I had to fucking read that from top to bottom. Alright, so, so it says, yes, of course the development team, developing members have their favorites and liking as well. And a lot of things depends on marketings and certain tactics made in order for certain things to happen. But please do not make a mistake. What I can say for certain is that every development team has poured blood, sweat, and tears in creating individual characters. For instance, talking about the quote-unquote, the fucking Jing Yuan, right? Jing Yuan, that's the commander, the coward, but still became one of the commander flagship or whatever, Fofo. Very young, yet became a Star Peace Company's tactical, fucking informational asshat, riding on an expensive ass motherfucker, got some dog, some beautiful animals and whatever, and it's got big hands and big arm. Topaz. Well, who the fuck is Topaz? Show yourself! Why do you have such a long ass fucking title? Topaz ass motherfucker. Who the hell is Topaz? Is this it? Is this Topaz? AKA Thick Tax Woman? Is this Topaz, chat? Topaz and Nubby? Numby? Who the hell's Numby? Where do you see a Numby? I don't see a Numby. It's only Topaz. Oh, is that Numby? Is he a money whore? Oh, I see. She thick though? She do be looking thick. That thigh drum looking like she can play a fucking metal concert with that drumstick. God damn. Anyways. So yeah, apparently she a hoe. But she's great, right? Everybody loves Topaz, right? You love Topaz. Each individual have very different and very unique and a lot of character types. And as you can see, users have their personalities and preferences, and each individual characters, once they see them, is what I believe in. So yeah, it's specifically saying that the development team has poured blood, sweat, and tears and hard outs for individual characters and their design, from their, you know, their backgrounds to their personalities and their, what they are, who they are, and their background stories. Specifically talking NASU answers. NASU specifically answers, I know that as a large corporation, because of the strength of a strong marketing team, it works out perfectly nice. And it helps out as well. After all, a title as gigantic as this, failure is not an option. Yeah, ooh. It says these are reactions to the user base, to the character side, and whenever we see the character and data, understanding anything that's important, no messes, no musses, no edits, all the character design reports and analysis goes straight back to the character design directors. He is also a human being as well. They are also human being as well. And so when the character gets appreciated to the user base, when the character gets appreciated into the user base, they feel the same as well, and they feel like their job was worth the while. Lol. So it's essentially saying that any character reaction, any data they've obtained, anything they've got, character design, it goes straight to the character design directors. They're also humans too, so whenever the user base is happy about the character, they too feel like it was worth doing their job. It says, unfortunately, this is going to be a reality talk, and it is, unfortunately, this will be a reality talk, but whenever it comes to characters that's coming in at 4th from here on out, in order to increase revenue, each individual character has that unfortunate, fate shouldered upon them from the very get-go. So there's going to be basic, unique designs and other things that will be very unique in order to push that, value. That quote unquote the increasing sales and design. In order to balance that properly, we're constantly developing and researching for an equilibrium and further on. It says some character. Some character would be light on the sales up front. Some character would be business-like objectives certainly at first up front, but able to be obtainable, so therefore freely make whatever we like. On top of that, in order to innovate a new system or a new capacity of unique possibilities into personality of character traits, we also have a couple of cases that we challenge into those unknown tackles. For an example, this fuckface that always doesn't do his job. Jingqi, who never does the job, always be slacking. Somebody that's always constantly worrying about gathering follower numbers. This person right here. Oh shit, can't fucking bust him out when that bitch is in the way. Get out the way, girl. It's not your turn no more. Get out the way. Get out the way. Get out the way. Get out the way, bitch. Get out the way. This girl. I don't know who this girl is. She's always constantly worrying about her follower numbers. And Sample, who's always acting shady. Like Slim Shady. What does that mean? Now you got me curious. Always acting Slim Shady. Fuck you mean by that? Yeah, he's got that Sampo. Yep, Sampo's sus. Yep. Hot male character that fucking Genshin wannabe look like. I understand. Sus. Yep, he looks like a sus. He looks like Mr. Steal Your Girl. Where he's just... He's an archer? Yeah, is it? Yeah, okay. Alright, yeah, he's fucking... He's you-know-who in Genshin. You already know. I can't remember his name. but you already know what I'm talking about. So NASU replies it with, in Street Fighter 2, people ask, why add Zangief? I remember that topic of that conversation. The answer to that conversation was stated, if Zangief exists, it would stand out in the regular body size of Ryu and the others because of it. It says, not all characters should be loved, and all characters should not be loved by everyone. You have to create a whole of fetishes or whole of a possible enjoyment, or essentially it is a whole of fetish. Damn, NASU used that. That's some like professional researcher degen word. That's a degen research word. Whole of fetish, right? And NASU specifically says, not all character needs to be loved by everyone. You need to create characters that is a fetish holes for unique people to write it. Or else the world values and the world's uniqueness does not comply and it gets stale. As a result, ある意味最も没個性と言える特徴を得る。It says, in a weird concept, you would get a protagonist type. It's essentially, it's a botched fetish, or AKA basic ass shit, right? Base trend of protagonist type. And NASU is saying, by having these fetish holes, you can even make a protagonist type a special fetish hole and utilize that to its uniqueness. To be perfectly honest, though, in my circumstances, I only use Zangief and Darshim, so you and the others were a minor character to me. Lol. Everybody's lolling. So if you guys don't know Zangief, Zangief is a machine. Is it the machine one? He's a big boy, big machine. Blah, 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 blah. Got that double fisted. It says, in that certain point of view, we, as creators, whenever we can create main characters and main story, a character gets born during making of story. その点で言うと、自分たちもメインストーリーで必要になってくるキャラには、必然で生まれてくるキャラと夢で生まれてくるキャラがいて、いや、正確には欲望で生まれるキャラかな。最新完成したダンゾン飯という素晴らしいネクサーでも欲望と補助を語っていました。まさに夢は欲望に言っても夢は欲望と言ってもいいと思います。So, I want to make sure that this is the right word. It should be yokubo, but I could be wrong. Yeah, it's yokubo, which is what's the fucking word? It's technically desire, right? It's a hard desire. Yeah. You can read it as greed, you can read it as desire, but I think in this circumstances, NASU is using it as greed. No, I think desire. Yeah. I think he's using greed here, but he's using desire here. Is there craving? Yeah, same thing, right? There's a different kanji for craving. It says, yeah, whenever it comes to us, whenever we're writing main characters and main stories, a character is always necessity. A character that is needed, or it happens automatically, or a character that is born all of a sudden, or a character that gets born in a dream. No. In actuality, it's a character that is born from desire or greed. Maybe. The recently finished dungeon eating dungeon, right? Dungeon Meshi, was a very wonderful product and still talked about desires and wants. You can even say that dreams could be wants, aka desire. It's back to back.まず、メカ社の自然で生まれたキャラクターは各ストーリーで表すべきの概念が概念人化したものです。例えば FGO のオベロンやテスカトリポカなどはまず概念ありき。こういう役割のキャラクターを作ると決めてからこの方なら表現してくれるはずだと確信を持っていた作者さんに発注をしています。そこで100点満点のものが出来上がってこちらはそれにも応えます。一方の夢と欲望での生まれたキャラはやはり子作りの手でこんなキャラが欲しい、こんなキャラが見たいという思いによって生まれてきます。そしてイラスト的にはこの作家さんにとびっきり自分の好みの子を描いてほしいみたいな夢と希望からも始まりましたね。ははは。So essentially, after he talks about it, it says, like in previous examples that we have, a character that was born out of necessity. In story-wise, it's an expressive, theme-like character, a concept that turned into a servant to an extent. Essentially, concept manifested, right? For an example, FGO's Oberon or Teska Toripoka, they all had concept added to their existence. They're kind of a character that does their role like this. Once that's all ready and set, I would ask an artist that I am very confident that they would express it in a certain way. And on top of that, they would go over and further beyond and give me 100% satisfactory product, and I will answer to their call with that said story. On top of that, a character that is born from dreams and desire. These types are like, I kind of want a character like this, or I kind of want to see a character like this. And with this in mind, we would ask the illustrators to do their work. Sometimes we'll even be like, I want a wonderful character of your choosing and your type to make that said character come to life. And sometimes, sometimes like that character is born from dreams and desires entirely. Haha. In order for the creators to be able to work in a very long time and continuously produce good game content, is that the creator has their own desire. Creator still has their own desire, still well intact, is my opinion. Every human has their own desires and whatnot, but everybody's everybody's vectors of strength and direction is completely different from each individual. If I were to generalize some, it's I want the revenues to succeed. I want to succeed company-wise. I want the company to succeed. I want to live peacefully. I want to be with who I like together. Something like that. Especially among all those types of creators, they always have an ideal character that they want to create, an ideal story that they want to manufacture. Those desires are always burning within their hearts. And as long as the live service and the people who are working on such games constantly have those desires, I believe someday, any day, they can create this good game that people always praise and talk about. It says, I sincerely agree. No matter how big the project and the circumstances gets, I think first and foremost, by the way, this is David's reply. I believe first and foremost, protecting and cherishing your own desire is the first thing for sure. After all, if you do not do that, you will create something average, very close to an average thing, and you would instantly understand what unenergetic or plain feels like. It says trying to aim above average. In actuality, you should be loyal to your own greed, if not your own desire, in my opinion. It says, of course, in Honkai Star Rail, the development team always has in their back of their mind, 自分たちが好きなものなら必ず誰かが好きになってくれるだろうという考えを持ってコンテンツを作っています。We're constantly making content thinking that if we like the content, surely somebody else would enjoy it as well. With our personally, what I feel that's great about Mr. Hoyover's side is that you're both acknowledging the great industry and its marketing, but at the same time, you still have as a creator, still has passion in piercing it through. It says, we've discussed this before, that the creator must coexist with the user's reaction. However, you would use their reaction as samples and the references and align it with your own thoughts and desires, and make sure that they align accordingly and satisfactory to each individual. Ichibu no user no han wo some might not like the changes that we make on the way. However, we will never make changes that completely 180s a character's direction or changes things that's drastically that is not our vision. It says we in basic technicality, we too rely on the creators and let them do as they see until adjustment is necessary. Essentially, David saying that they trust the creators as well, right? And then NASU specifically says, we individuals have different taste buds. And by using and talking about the different taste buds, we adjust accordingly to not mild, not spicy. So yeah, it's essentially saying it's not mild, not spicy, but also just not good enough. To make sure that it is a unique taste is what you're trying to specifically say. That's it. He doesn't say all that shit, but that's what he's trying to express in that in this sentence, right? It's with everybody's each taste bud, you would talk about it and adjust it according to necessary. It says, at the same time, Type Moon doesn't have all complete freedom as well. Please understand that. There is a final safety law called Takeuchi, says you can't just pull that shit out of your ass. Like for me, I kept constantly for 3 years straight saying, Passion Lip needs to get a fucking swimsuit. My lip is the strongest and she can handle a swimsuit. But when I kept saying that, Takeuchi always say, Hidoko, you can't do that. Damn, dude. Damn, dude, fucking Nasu trying to shout out to Passionate swimsuit. He'd been fighting 3 years all by himself, boys. Passion lip swimsuit for 3 years. But my lip is strongest. That's right. Let him know. It'll go through to Takeuchi's head soon enough. We're gonna get summer lip this year? You think it's a little bit of a hint of a possibility? I mean, we're gonna be talking about it. I mean, our swimsuit is after Ordeal Call 1, so it's after Alter Ego. So yeah, it definitely can be a possibility. But she got big tits, bro. You know what I'm saying? She got big titties. And then the interviewer says, "You let Melt Lilith do it. Is this right?" Passion Lip の水着は反転検査に通るかわからないという納得な理由で止められているんですが、あと1年くらいかけて熱をしていようと思っています。It says the reason why the Passion Lip is currently not available is that there's a high chance that Passion Lip's swimsuit will go against regulation. So essentially, Passion Lip swimsuit might hit TSA, boys. That's kind of the reason why currently. It is an understandable reasoning, and I'm being currently stopped. However, I'll try to do my very best to pester him for 1 more year to see if it works.こういうのも一つの公演症ではあるのですが、愛情を持って生まれたキャラクターは魅力的になるものです。原神とか本会スターレールを遊んできて特に感じるのが、ここまで作り込んでるんだという情熱に対する驚きでした。キャラクターの動きにしろ、イベントイラストに飾る美しいムービーにしろ、それを見て、これは保養ボスがどんなに大きい会社でもみんなが情熱を持っているから手を抜いてはいないんだと思ったのです。基本的にクリエイターって自分の情熱だけは裏切られないし、手を抜けたいんですよね。その結果として黒字につながるっていうことをこの4年間で思い知ってます。この巨大企画である限り全員が情熱を持っているスタイルは多分世界中の中でもどこの会社でも両立できないと思いますよ。Oh damn, that was actually a big praise for Nasu there. So yeah, after he says about Passion Lip, he's gonna pester Takeuchi for about 1 more year to see if it goes through. It says it's a very interesting thing and a lovable feature that I have. A passionate character that has been born through passion itself has a charming gimmick all on its own. For instance, Genshin and Honkai Star Rail. While playing them, especially, I felt was, my goodness, the fact that they created and have this much lore to that extent, I definitely was surprised at the amount of passion that it was poured in individual characters. The specific movement type for the characters on top of the illustrations, the beautiful movies that are portraying their personality to a T. Watching all those together, I know from the bottom of my heart that Hoyoverse, no matter how big the company gets, the people's passion is still intact and they still haven't pulled any punches, is what I thought. Please understand that in basic necessity, all creators cannot lie nor betray their passion. So therefore, they can't pull any punches. And because of that results, there's black numbers, aka positive numbers, and whenever they say black numbers, it means positive revenue, because red means it's in the negative, right? Whenever you see the black numbers connected to it, I can definitely say that within 4 years, for these 4 years, I can definitely say and confirm this, that this gigantic corporation, it may get big and bigger, however, every single employee has passion in them. Those style, I sincerely believe, even across the entire globe, no company have reached this stage. Literally just said, let's single trash. The kind of shots fired saying, hey, let's single trash. Because NASU is praising Hoyo versus that the creators behind them have passion. I says, thank you very much. I'm very honored for these words. Oh, damn. They talk about passion. Hell yeah, baby. Okay. It says, Mr. Nasu and Mr. David, thank you very much for listening. Thank you very much for talking about your personal interests and passion. It was a very valuable time. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for today. So the interview ends here. All right. From here, it's bonus time. I could get that these two are kindly doing very polite shots fired, even though I couldn't understand the tone. It's they're not really shots firing, right? But at the same time, they're not. Nasu do be saying, "Hey, let's go kind of trash. Let's go kind of trash." But it's not all Lesengo's fault, and it's not all Nasu's fault. It's okay. It says, perhaps everybody right now can only think about Passion Lip swimsuit. Anywho, I hope you can. I hope you guys enjoyed the topic of discussion of both Mr. Type Moon and Mr. Hoyoverse about passion and personal wants or interested in, right? After all, Passion Lip is a manifestation of both passion and personal wants and needs, right? Personal interests. As a player's identity and as a player's perspective, both company brings out amazing things, and what I feel straight from them is bringing desire, dreams, passion, and love as an otaku. It was a crazy amount of information. To be perfectly honest, the fan has such charming allure, and us players constantly giving us this said dream is a core part of their success. By listening to this discussion, I felt to myself that because these people have this much passion, and these people are making these games, they're able to give players and continue to give these players the dreams that they and the player wants. Is constantly felt while the discussion was at hand. It says, I would sincerely like to enjoy more of the product that they both play, the top class otaku's passions cultivation. I'm quite excited. And as a Wii game fan, would continue like to see the story and a manifestation of dream and desire. To be perfectly honest, they're waiting for our paychecks to be used, right? Haha. It's essentially, this is a very funny thing, right? Like he's saying that I'm ready to gotcha. It says, I'm ready to gotcha, baby. If I were to shorten these words. It says anybody that is so it's essentially, that's really cool. I like this. In the end, it says, hey, anybody that played Honkai Star Rail, I sincerely use this opportunity to touch Fate series or Type Moon contents. And simultaneously, those who enjoy Type Moon contents, Type Moon fans and masters, please use this opportunity to try to join in Honkai Star Rail. And that is and then, religious debate has started already that I'm not going to be taking part in. They're both wonderful products. And so I sincerely, if you have the chance, take your time and play it. The dreams can expand as the otaku cultures intertwine and mingle. It says, by knowing both titles, そして両タイトルを知っているといずれ良いことがあるかもしれません。By knowing both titles, one day something good might happen. Meaning that if you were to touch both contents right now, you might be able to see a wonderful dream, just like Pinocchio. Perhaps. Well, next time on a star that could not wait, what? 次の星ならぬ次の夢をぜひお楽しみに。Next time on a planet that couldn't be a next dream. Is this like Honkai Star Rail's fucking new chapter or something? It says, please enjoy it. Woo! God damn! I'm tired. We finish. We finish. We done, boys. Any questions so far, goddamn? 4-hour interview? It's more like 3-hour. 3-hour interview, but still. Only took 4+ hours? Goddamn. It was very intriguing. I quite enjoyed it a lot. It was really good. A little hefty. But it is what it is. My throat is dry. Massive interview. It was a good interview. Like, goddamn. They really talked about some really intriguing stuff. It was really good. I don't know. I don't hate Star Rail. I think they're doing a good job. I don't play it. I've seen friends and co-streamers play it. It seems like they're enjoying themselves. So I think it's pretty cool. I like the part where NASU say, yeah, it's fun to lie and then tell them and surprise them. Well, his circumstances is right. Yeah, pretty much, right? Give them the basis, make them comfortable where they are, and they fucking crush them. Practically what's going to happen in Ordeal Call 2, right, boys? You already know. TLDR, David is a huge NASU fan, pretty much. David likes NASU, and David actually got heavily influenced by NASU in his ways. More trauma incoming, yes. More trauma incoming. I'll probably cry during one of the streams. I don't know, God knows when I can fucking actually, you know, do my streams. But as a reminder, chat, 31 hours before the FGO live stream is starting, simultaneously, I will be live streaming. I don't know if I'm live streaming Oshinoko, but starting from 6 p.m. tomorrow, 6 p.m. tomorrow, chat, I will be live streaming in order for you to get all of this, all the red stage, including FGO. I'll be live streaming this shit in order for you to get up to the FGO anime slash collab copium announcement. But other than that, as a reminder, 25 hours till the next live stream. Goddamn, 31 hours. Do you think we'll get a second collab this year? There's a possibility that we get a second collab this year. And if that's the case, it should be Prototype. Because if NASU wants to finish Ordeal Call within 4 years or 2 more years, he has to put CCC and he has to put Prototype somewhere. And the best part of it is Anime Japan usually is where when collab gets announced, because usually collabs are during late April, early May, right? So that's because of the Golden Week and shit. So around there, that's gonna what's happened. So it could happen. Who knows? And before it's Tsukihime collab, it could be. And would make sense, right? Like we've already had Dead Apostles and shit show up. The concept of the barrier between said locations are thinner than ever. So who knows? What about Melty Blood? That would be interesting. Melty Blood collab would be also interesting. But anywho, until Red Garden comes out, I don't think collab with Tsukihime will be anytime soon. But you can always cope. NASU always says something, and then he'll say the other one day. Other than that, like I said, make sure you guys follow me on Twitter. I am tired. My throat hurts, and it's time for me to bed. Make sure to follow me on Twitter, Discord, YouTube, so you won't miss out on the live stream that's happening in about 21 hours. 24 hours, excuse me. Take care of yourself. I hope you guys enjoyed the live stream. Thank you guys so much for all the follows and the subscriber-renos. Don't forget, if you want to avoid any ads and possibilities, make sure you hit that follow. Make sure you hit that subscribe button so you can enjoy my sparrows. Can we get some salutes in the chat? Let me hit that salute. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Chin. Take care. TTFN. Ta-ta for now. Good luck on your gotchas. Good luck on your CE drops.